Welcome everyone to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. On Wednesday, November 4th, 2020, this is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department, part of the Public Teachings in English. And my name's Rick Crammond, and I'll be your host today. Once again, in these Plasma Reactor Group meetings. And I'm joined with co-hosts Mark and John here as well to help out today. And who knows what we'll be discussing. Usually in the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group, we are fairly open-ended, you might say, and have a number of topics and things, concepts that we get into, depending on what the current questions and topics of conversation are, and sometimes we tie in with what's happening with the current knowledge seekers workshops as well. And this group's been active since around 2013, for about 7 years now. And originally started when we were trying to replicate some of the reactors that we saw that were being shown by Mr. Keshe in the patent, the Keshe patents. And he gets into all these different reactor designs and talks about the theory and the concepts behind them, relating them to the way the universe works. And it's all written in the patent, all the details about that. So that's what we were trying to do initially, and we were trying to accumulate apparatus of different kinds in order to create a vacuum condition to start with, and then introduce certain gases and fields and so on in order to create a reactor, which we'd hope to get such things as power and lift from such a configuration. It turned out to be a little more difficult than meets the eye in terms of the technicalities of actually accomplishing such a thing, especially at the very high vacuum rates, vacuum conditions that you need to create the kinds of reactors that Mr. Keshe was playing with in Iran and other places with the gases. And then by the time we started to get into that a bit, the gas reactors kind of faded into the background, and the ganses became more important. Well, first the nanomaterials and nanocoating, that became important, and through that the creation of the ganses and the use of the ganses in trying to create the conditions of the gaseous reactors in a liquid environment primarily. So that became the challenge, and we still have mixed results on that. There's been some fantastic results with the GANs in general, especially with its applications in treatment of covirus and other conditions, and a number of other areas, agriculture and so on. But we're still trying to create the ultimate plasma light bulb or some other function of the ganses in particular that can show the power aspects in that way. So there's still room for lots of experimentation, let's say. So as usual at this time, I usually ask, does anyone have anything they would like to present And I'm always hopeful that you've got that flying saucer in the garage you've been working on. And I know Gianni probably has one, but he's just not telling us about it yet.
Rick, you said you had problems in YouTube yesterday? Or was it live stream? Is it the same thing? Pardon?
No, it was a live stream with the...
Because there's a new YouTube has had technical issues here, and there's a new evolution apparently.
What do you mean a new evolution?
I'll put it into the chat. I'll copy and paste it.
Okay. No, we don't really have trouble with YouTube. It's been really dynamite solid for us for many years, other than one or two videos that got removed because of the magic co-virus word in the title, mostly. But when YouTube is pretty fanatical about removing anything that's not the word from the WHO, the official word, as they say. But that's
Even BitChute was shut down today, which is an alternative to these other sites. I don't know if it's connected to them or they run off a similar platform or they have to provide a platform. I don't know, but they said that one was shut down.
BitChute was shut down. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Right. There'll be no discussing this election before the official results come out. I don't know.
I'm not sure. Okay, well, that's another thing we have to look at there, John. I'm not sure what that's about with the title of it is Election 2020, Worth Your Vote. Why What's Next is Critical. And it's almost a 4-hour video. So I can't watch that now or play it. So I'm not sure. You can't tell us what it's about then.
The good part about, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
The good part about this election is whoever wins will be making a call to the Keshe Foundation, I do believe. Whether it's the Harris team or the Trump team.
What if they both think they won? Do they both make a call?
Yeah, probably. I mean, he said that Harris carries the ethos of the foundation.
Yeah, well, could be.
I did watch Raphael's interview on TV Galactica with Marie Calvi.
Mm-hmm.
It was very interesting. A lot of soul questions there.
Mm-hmm.
So if anyone has time, I think that's TV Galactica.
Right, yeah. They've had, what, several interviews now?
I think she said 7 so far.
Wow.
But I could have misunderstood that.
I understand it reaches out to a lot of people.
And it certainly seemed like the host is getting more intrigued week by week or however often they're doing these.
Right, yes.
She doesn't speak English, so Marie said she can't really directly converse with her, but she's definitely interested. You can see this thing with the soul provokes a lot of intrigue in people.
Well, definitely, and more so as we go along, and more people are popping into their soul aspect, let's say.
Well, in Brazil, you got a lot of spiritualists there.
Mm-hmm.
They work, they've been at it for umpteen years.
And
with
the
all
words
black immigration from Africa.
Yeah, And also the church has put the word soul into people's minds for a long time, so they're aware of that as an idea. It might have gotten a little twisted along the way, but now they're starting to think about the idea of freedom and associating that with their own soul and so on and so forth. And it's a different ball game than having the control of the church. It's now people are controlling their soul reactions rather than the church. So it's a different perspective. As Mr. Keshe says, it's the end of kingships, the end of religions. So people are now trying to find that religion, but in themselves rather than in their church environment. Generally, sometimes you can even find your soul in a church environment. Sometimes they make a mistake and you can actually find yourself there.
Is that called a mishap? Okay, so what do we have anything that anybody has to present today, or some question or comment that we can launch off of here? Today's jump off the diving board into the deep end. Well, so I was hearing of these different ways of nano coating. I had heard the other ones, but I only thought the fire and the caustic method were the most popular. They probably are. But then and this is when he was talking to Douglas and so on. But the other methods of using electricity and the method of plasma nano coating is new to me. I don't know if you've done any of that, Rick.
Well,
Mr. Keshe was talking. Yeah.
Sure, the plasma nano coating's been discussed before, and that's basically what happens when you've got maybe cup 1 and cup 2 are joined together with some copper wires, and then the wires start to turn black from the plasmatic interactions. Or if you have a maggrav plugged into the wall and some of the wiring or whatever can start to develop a nano coating on it. And other instances where that plasmatic interaction causes a nano coating rather than a direct application of the caustic.
Well, I've mentioned what I've done with this saw. I've got a Sheffield steel wooden saw, which is about 60 years old, and my daughter left it in a humid place, so it got oxidized with a very thick oxidation effect, about a millimeter thick, and I couldn't get it off with sandpaper. So I put it into a bucket with the GANS water. The GANS water I've been doing for the last 4 years, and with the same GANSes. And in 3 or 4 days, all the oxidization came off, and the silver-colored steel went black. It all got all nano-coated. A dark gray, blackish color.
That's interesting.
And it took all the oxidization off, all the oxide.
Was that water, GANS water, was it like stored for quite a while, or would it be stuff that it was recently treated with kind of fresh water?
No, well, it's fresh water, but it's the old ganses I've been using for the last 4 years, the original ones.
So you put the old ganses into the fresh water and then put
Yeah,
the
well,
saw
I've
blade.
I've got a tank. I produce 500 liters of gans water a day, which I give away to the people.
Okay, so you just use that right out of the tank and didn't add any more ganses to it or anything?
No,
Just,
no, exactly.
I see.
And this bucket, I always have some gans water there. It's about a 15-liter bucket, which whenever filling the bottles they overflow, I just dump it into this bucket and then I may spray it on the plants or whatever. This is all done in my kitchen, and the kitchen is sort of plasmatized with all this energy around for the last over 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
But the amazing part to me was that I thought a nano coating was a nano coating, but apparently not all nano coatings are equal. And I don't mean in structure,
Oh,
I mean in how they react or create an environment or a different dimension, depending on how that nano coating is achieved.
yes, absolutely. Yeah, they're all totally different. Like for example, when we heat copper, if you take a shiny copper plate, you talked about electric nano coating. I'm not quite sure what you meant by that, but what I have done is you can use an electric burner rather than a gas burner and heat up the electric burner red hot and put your coil or plate on the burner, and it heats it up, and you can actually watch it change color, all the different colors of almost all the colors of the rainbow when you first put copper on, and then it finally starts to get into the red heat range, the starting to heat up to the red hot range, and that's when it turns black when it cools down. But otherwise, if you let it cool down before it gets to that red hot range, then you can have virtually any range of color on that copper plate. Sometimes people use it for artwork. You can heat up the copper and it shows all the rainbow sort of colors coming through. It's quite pretty. But what those colors are simply different sizes of the nanostructure, and different sizes produce a reflection that is a different color. And you can actually tell the size from the color. And that's how they did it in the old days with let me just finish, John. That's the way they did it in the old days with stained glass windows. And the people that knew how to work with the gold nanomaterials knew when the nanomaterials turn that red color, then it was time to stop the process. And that was what was used in the windows to produce the red. It was a gold nanomaterial that they knew how to make that in a certain process. And when it turns that red, they knew that's the right size. They didn't know about nanomaterials at that time, but they knew that was the right size, or the right color rather. And that color is just indicative of a certain size of gold cluster. And that reflects the red light, and it happens to be extremely effective in decontamination of air, because the gold in that size of atomic structure, or molecular structure rather, a certain number of atoms together, gold atoms together, produce the red color. Also produces, it causes the air molecule to separate into oxygen minus, O minus, which is, or OH minus, which is, causes the water molecules in the air to separate, OH minus and H plus. And that OH minus is one of the most active molecules we have that can disassociate air pollution. So basically those red stained glass windows in churches were actually purifying the air at the same time as allowing the nice, pretty red pictures of, well, blood and things like that to come through the stained glass windows. So it's interesting that the size matters, and it's the same with the copper. As it goes through these different colors according to the temperature, you can actually tell the temperature by that color, and you can tell the actual size of that nanostructure by its color as well. So something to think about there, and just in terms of firing, and you can use that electric burner as a way of creating that nano coating too. But it'll be a little different than the gas one, which has more hydrocarbons in it. So it'll have more carbon just by necessity. And it'll be different than the hydroxide caustic method as well, which has its own set of properties and way that it penetrates into the metal and liberates the copper to make that nano coating. So, and a lot of it depends on the other materials that get embedded into the nanostructure, and whether it has its whole structure, whether the holes support a plasma environment, for example.
And also the other interesting point is the same material, depending on how it's aligned, can either be used as a superconductor or a super resistor, which I'm not sure about aligning this material.
Well, it's pretty simple. If let's look at let's do a whiteboard and do a little scribble of it here. Let's see.
Now you sound like Mr. Keshe. It's very simple.
Well, it is really, and I'll show you why here. Let's see. Okay, so let's say, oh, it's a kind of a crappy color. I thought it was going to be darker. Come on. Oh well. I'm going to go with it anyway. Let's say this is a cross section of a copper wire, or just the sort of the side of a copper wire. You can envision that magnified up. So when it gets nano coated, we end up with this black coating. Let's do it a little bit thicker. So this black coating forms on the outside of the copper. It doesn't penetrate into the middle part of the wire. It's on the outer skin of the wire, right? But we know that it's not just one layer. It's actually
10,000 when you can first see it.
Yeah, there's multiple layers on top of layers on top of layers. And when you can see, even as I try to make these layers, there's some unevenness And what you get is these gaps in between. And you can see that with all these layers, you've also got all these, say the white parts are the gaps. You've got regular spacing of gaps, more or less regular spacing of gaps in between the layers. Okay, so it's like a layer and then some gaps and another layer and a few gaps and so on. And so what it is if you were to take your meter, like some sort of regular voltmeter or ohm meter kind of deal that people use to measure with, you have your either, let's make it an analog type, so you've got your dial here, and it's telling you the resistance or the voltage of something you're measuring. So if you put your probes here, we have a one, let's do it the other way. To say one probe goes to your wire here and it's attached, we'll call that the maybe the ground of this system. It's the black wire, and then we put on a hook up the red wire. Oh, that didn't work. Let's do this and that. Okay, so we hook up the red wire of the voltmeter and put the probe onto this nano material here. So the point of the probe is sticking on the nanomaterial. Okay, well, an interesting thing happens, because if you were to put this meter on the ohm meter range, which is resistance, then it would measure a very high resistance between this copper down below here and this nano coating layer. So between the two, between the layers, we would have a high resistance between this ground wire here, the black one, and the red one. It would be maybe in the high thousands, tens or hundreds of thousands, or even in the millions of ohms resistance, which is a lot of resistance, almost as much or perhaps as much as a plastic insulation for the wire. Now, on the other hand, if we were to take this probe and put it on the voltage reading instead of the resistance reading, we would find that we would get these odd voltage readings, just random, like maybe from anywhere from a minus reading of a few millivolts, maybe minus 10 millivolts, up to plus 300 millivolts or even more, and maybe even down to minus 200 or something like that. A huge variation on the micro scale, at least. And also depends on how much we push this probe into that nano layering kind of situation. So what we find is that if we were to measure in this direction, we would actually get a voltage through this nano layer. In fact, we could take our electrical ground wire here, the black one, and put it, instead of where it is, we oops, We erase that and put that ground wire right on the nano coating. And then we probe with this other one along here. We'll find we still have a voltage in that direction. So it's interesting, but yet we still have so much resistance the other way at the same time. So it's this strange conundrum where logically it doesn't make sense, because if you were to, from an electrical point of view, because normally you measure copper wire and you would have very little resistance, especially from the middle of the wire to the outside of the wire. There'd be virtually no resistance. And it's a set amount for a certain length of wire and a certain diameter wire, all that kind of thing. But it's quite well known, and you don't get big variances and so on. And you would never get a voltage off a copper wire that wasn't attached to some potential that's creating that voltage in the wire. Normally just a piece of copper wire, chunk of wire, and you hook up a voltmeter to it, you're not going to get random voltage readings. But with this nano coating, it magically allows this plasmatic flow that we can kind of get a reading off of, but it's random, and the electrical is very random in there because we're measuring something. We're trying to measure plasma with a meter that's designed to measure electron flow, and the plasma flow will be different than that electron flow. So it gives a strange readings on the meter. Some meters have even died trying to make these kinds of tests because they put random voltages into the meter that they don't expect. In any case, this nanomaterial has these somewhat magical properties that can be actually measured, and we can marvel at for their qualities. Just knowing that it has these random, I mean, the first time I measured that, I was, wow, that's pretty amazing. How is it my voltmeter can go from negatives to positives and all over the map from this very, very simple treatment of the surface of this copper wire. It's
right. How are you getting voltage out of an open circuit?
Yeah, that's right. And it's on first glance, it doesn't really make sense. And so we tend to negate it. I mean, to most electricians, if they were to see this black coating on a copper wire, which they often do, because you can get this kind of coating by an electrical way, by essentially overloading the copper wire. And you do that by, well, you can plug it into your socket, and if it's of somewhere around 18 or 20 gauge wire, it'll probably tend to just burn the wire rather than blow the fuse. If you're down to 14 or 12 gauge wire, especially 12 gauge would blow the fuse before circuit breaker, before it tends to fry the wire. But what a lot of people do is they'll use this long 16 gauge extension cord, 200-foot extension cord or something, 100-foot, and to power some sort of thing like an electric lawnmower or something that takes a lot of, or skill saw or something that takes quite a bit of power, and it fries the wire, overheats the wire. It actually starts to get basically red hot. And once that wire gets red hot, then it'll start to develop this black coating on it. But what happens in that situation is the actual wire itself, since it's been overheated so much, starts to crystallize inside, and it no longer carries the current the way it's supposed to as a wire for carrying electron current. And so it tends to heat up more, and chances are it'll blow some part of the wire because it's already been overheated, crystallized, no longer transports the electrons the way that the instrument that you're using is expecting. And it basically melts the wire, and then you have to throw out the extension cord because it's all burnt looking, the wire's all black. So to an electrician, that's a bad sign in a house to see the black wire, and you got to start pulling wires out and replacing it. That's the first thing they think of, is replacing the wire if they were to see the black nano coating, which is the opposite of the plasma technology. We're happy to see the black nano coating because it indicates that we have now a much better chance of that plasmatic flow, which is what we're more interested in, especially in the higher end applications, maybe for you know, getting the maggrav working on a very elevated way to actually create the forces necessary for positive positioning and for creation of new materials and those kinds of accelerated fields that will require basically this wire to act as a superconductor. And it can only act as a superconductor if it has no resistance in the circuit. And that is, again, one of the features of this nano coating, the layering, is it allows the plasmatic flow. It allows a plasmatic flow in and around the layers of this nanomaterial. And if you can do that properly, you can have a superconducting flow along these, or through or around these nano-coated wires. And if you can accomplish a superconducting circle, a superconducting, what do you call it, disc with a hole in the middle, basically, then you've a ring, as we call it, a superconducting ring. Then through a superconducting ring, which would be this copper basically just twisted around on itself again, like we do with the coils. And if it's connected in a way that allows the flow to go in a circle, then you've got a superconducting ring. And it's possible to increase the flow of that ring to the point where you have very, very high magnetic fields. And that would be the objective in order to create lift and to create the interaction of magnetic fields to create new materials. You have the energy and the energy package of sufficient power to be able to actually do that. So that's one of the ideas behind the nano coating. Of course, we use the nano coating to create the GaNs materials as well, which is a whole other ball game, as they say. Even without the GaNs, we still have nanomaterials as a very potent form of plasma interaction.
Yeah, I like it when Mr. Keshe says we're gansing the nano. We've gone past the nano material. We're making a GaNs out of it.
Yeah, and it makes sense that the GaNs would be little energy energy packets, little suns, as he says. We haven't really learned to extract the true potential of that. And I'm convinced, I'll show you something that has come up for me in the last few days that kind of blew me away. If I can find it again, that is. Let's see.
Rick, I wanted to mention about Johnny had done an experience over a year ago. He works with dentistry material, so he's got a very accurate oven with different temperatures, and he manages to have different colors on the copper according to the temperature he gives it.
Yes, exactly. And that's interesting. She showed that whole process. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Sean, for that reminder. So,
Does this mean you've been to the dollar store again?
no, I'm trying to keep away from the dollar store. My $5 month budget can't handle a dollar store. It takes too much out of it. This is some important news from NASA, actually. I'm going to share this in the interest of science. I'm going to share this website. Happens to come up.
Are those the pictures that they recently released yesterday about these beautiful structures in space?
No, this is different. This is about beautiful structures in inner space, that is on the tiny nanoscale. And this is what they just released. This is actually September 21st, I think that one says. Yeah, so about a month ago, let's say. NASA found another way into nuclear fusion. It says magic happens in the Goldilocks zone. So this goes on to say NASA, this is from Popular Mechanics, and there was a number of periodicals that this came out in, but of course there's so much other news going on at the time about COVID and so on. Let's look at the news and it's overwhelmed by that topic. Anyway, it says NASA has unlocked nuclear fusion on a tiny scale with a phenomenon called lattice confinement fusion that takes place in the narrow channels between atoms. Notice we were just talking about the spaces between the atoms. In the reaction, the common nuclear fuel, deuterium, note that is the most important GANs that Mr. Keshe talks about. The common nuclear fuel deuterium, which is non-radioactive, by the way, gets trapped in the empty, they call it empty with quotation marks, atomic space in a solid metal. What results is a Goldilocks effect that's neither super cooled nor superheated, but where atoms reach fusion level energy. Atoms reach fusion level energy. And this is what Mr. Keshe has been talking about, is atomic fusion without the superheating and the slamming together of the high pressure, apparatus that the humans are using, and high energy. They use as much energy as an entire world in a few nanoseconds or something. So it goes on. Lattice confinement may sound complex, but it's just a mechanism. By comparison, the tokamaks like ITER and the stellarators use magnetic confinement. These are the ways scientists plan to condense and then corral the fantastical amount of energy from the fusion reaction. In a traditional magnetic fusion reaction, extraordinary heat is used to combat atoms' natural reaction forces and keep them confined in a plasma together. And in another method called inertial confinement, NASA explains, fuel is compressed to extremely high levels, but only for a short nanosecond period of time when fusion can occur. By contrast, the lattice is neither cold nor hot. In the new method, conditions sufficient for fusion are created in the confines of the metal lattice that is held at ambient temperature. While the metal lattice loaded with deuterium fuel may initially appear to be at room temperature, the new method creates an energetic environment inside the lattice where the individual atoms achieve equivalent fusion level kinetic energies. This is, I read that one. Wow, this is incredible. This is amazing. This is what we're after in the GANs to extract the fusion energy from the fuel. The fuel is far more dense, and that's how the reaction is triggered. So they load the metal, they use a metal called erbium, and they load it with these deuterium atoms, deuterons, and that makes it 1 billion times denser than in the tokamak fusion reactors. Read that again. It's 1 billion times denser, that environment that they make in the eubarium, than in magnetic confinement like the tokamak fusion reactors. In the new method, a neutron source heats or accelerates the deuteron sufficiently such that when colliding with a neighboring deuteron, it causes the DD fusion reactions. So the required energy to induce fusion goes way, way down, it says, when they're packed so densely within this atomic lattice. And I mean, this is essentially what we have with the deuterium GANs. It's aided by the lattice itself, but there's so anyway, it's just this amazing, I say this is an important first step, and offers an alternative to the spectacular scale of the major tokamak and stellarator projects around the world. So
are these like things going on in stars as well?
Well,
when hear that denser material,
it's related, I believe, but the like for example, you got supposedly fusion in the sun and so on, but then it's held in a certain lattice inside that structure of the sun, and they say that, you know, the sunlight takes actually years, many years to leave the sun, leave the center of the sun, because of the high gravity. It just doesn't leave until it gets to the surface and is able to manifest. It takes a long time to get there for that, in that particular lattice network. I think that's about, let me just see if there's something else that was, I think that was it in that particular article. So they're working on this to increase the rate of the reactions, and they have many ideas, they say, how to do that. But this makes it feasible on a very, very small basis, on a household basis, rather than a citywide, huge reactor that you cost billions and billions of dollars to invest in. Of course, all the investments come from the pension funds and everything else, and ties up into interest, and the banks make a ton of money, and the lawyers make a ton of money, and everybody's complaining about it because it's a big, huge structure, and it ends up causing environmental problems and everything else. When we can get away from all that and just go to the smaller, very much smaller type reactor situation. Now there's a video here, and it's a NASA video, which I believe they make it all free to play. So I'm going to play this, I believe. Let me yeah, it must be. I'm pretty sure we can get away with that. So let's see if I can make it a bit bigger first. I can't go full screen, but there we go. And let me see if I can share the sound. Okay, it appears to be a 3-minute video. So let's just have a look at it and keep in mind maybe perhaps our little video that we have in the Keshe Foundation showing the nanolayers and the copper atoms in the nanolayers and the way they interact and so on, and showing the plasma. And if we keep in mind our different kinds of ganses that are created from the processes using the nano, and how the nano can be have different materials embedded in it, like we were just discussing. Anyway, let's have a look at this and next 3 minutes and see what's up with that.
Is there any audio with this?
Oh, I'm sorry, there is, and I don't think I fully shared that. Thank you, Mark. I think we better go back because it describes it. It was working in the live stream, but not in the Zoom. So let's go back. I'll reshare properly here.
Pursuit of a new energy source for deep space missions, NASA revealed a means of triggering lattice-confined nuclear fusion.
You're okay there now? You can hear?
Got it.
Researchers placed deuterated metals in the gamma beam and measured neutron emissions from the resulting nuclear reactions. Nuclear reactions are initiated between deuterium nuclei, or more specifically, deuterons, that are confined in an electron-screened metal lattice as fuel. Nuclear reactions are triggered by gamma-ray irradiation of titanium and erbium metal lattices loaded with the hydrogen isotope deuterium. A deuteron is photodissociated into a proton and neutron. A neutron collides with a stationary deuteron, making an energetic deuteron. The energetic deuteron induces either screened lattice-confined fusion reactions or screened Oppenheimer-Phillips reactions. We will focus on DD fusion reactions in the metal lattice deemed lattice confinement fusion first. An energetic deuteron collides with a stationary deuteron in the lattice, and they fuse together. This fusion reaction results in either a neutron and a helium-3 atom or a proton and a triton, producing useful energy. In the screened Oppenheimer-Phillips reaction, a proton is stripped from an energetic deuteron and is captured by an erbium atom, which is then converted to a different element, thulium. In the screened Oppenheimer-Phillips reaction, another action can happen. If the neutron instead is captured by erbium, a new isotope of erbium is formed and an energetic proton is ejected, heating the metal lattice. Each of these nuclear fusion reactions produce useful energy, such as for ion propulsion. Further development of the process is required to increase the efficiency of these lattice-confined nuclear reactions. Their applications range from terrestrial or long-duration space power, replacing solar panel arrays, to space propulsion, to the production of radioisotopes, thus paving the way for NASA to further enhance their space missions.
Okay, that's it. So what do people think of that? Christopher says, I feel like we live in the Stone Age. Well, in a way, but with the knowledge that we have from Mr. Keshe, we actually are in the very, very advanced age, because we already can understand how this sort of technology can be implemented and used to create the fields, to create the new materials, create whatever we wish as creators. And we learn how to control this kind of thing, especially when we don't have to control some kind of big, huge reactor that's, you know, radioactive and is going to bite you back if you don't watch exactly what you're doing. And you have several agencies all watching at the same time too, because when nuclear reactors are used, they're so big and expensive and finicky in a way. You don't want to be pushing the wrong buttons in that situation. Then there's way more that can go wrong. Let's put it that way.
I heard that word transmutation can
Yes.
take effect.
Well, they actually showed producing a different element from that process, because once you remove or add a proton to that core atomic structure, then you've created a new element. You can add neutrons and you can create different isotopes. But when the protons get moving and starting to fuse and so on, you're creating new elements, and you have the possibility of fusing other elements, like you can fuse the protons and add them to, or you can fuse the heliums and add them up and make other, possibly make, you know, lithium or some other metals from the basic building blocks of hydrogen and helium.
And hasn't Mr. Keshe been sharing, at least on a limited basis, with NASA since the late 80s? And they're just getting it, so I don't feel so bad.
Yeah. I mean, this is big news to us, but they've been probably at it for quite some time. And this is, but it's the how do you do it? It's probably been in theoretical for a really long time, but the actual how to do it in practical terms, I mean, that's really the trick. And it's the same with our knowledge that we have with the plasma teaching and with Mr. Keshe. We all have probably way too much knowledge, and how much of it have we actually applied in a basis to prove it on, you know, on levels where we're actually achieving positive positioning and actually achieving the creation of new materials and other such effects. I mean, we've made enormous progress in other ways in terms of feeling the fields, and even feeling the fields on other parts of the planet and that kind of thing from afar, from a distance, and being able to visualize and send the you know, positive vibes and that kind of thing. And we're actually becoming better and better at that sort of technology. But at the same time, if we have a true understanding of this technology, then it should be, as Mr. Keshe has mentioned recently, very easy for us to create light, to create a plasmatic light. It should be like, you know, Plasma 101 is create a plasmatic light from the friction of the interaction of the fields. And of course, I was thinking of that earlier today, and of course, we have, or I have created that in a way, in that when we were studying and looking at the creation of a plasma in a evacuated glass container by using your hands as friction on the surface of that material, and that friction interaction actually causes the plasma to light up, and you can see it. Yeah, in fact, it was the first form of light before they had light bulbs. They had this rotating glass globe that was partially evacuated, and you could put your hands on it as it rotated, and it would light up. And that was before they even had batteries in order to store the electricity. So plasma lighting, in a way, was the first form of lighting, at least in the European history. They might have had better forms of that in the Egyptian times. Certainly had some good way of lighting the inside of the pyramids, and that didn't create it didn't create any kind of hydrocarbon release, so they weren't burning fuels to get their light like we do or have been up until we had batteries.
You have showed that picture before about that big sphere with the guy reading the newspaper and the woman generating the light.
Yeah, I have it here somewhere. I don't see it offhand, but I've showed that a number of times. And that's it. Just shows, and I've done the experiment as well. Guy helped me years ago, and we rotated a glass, partially evacuated glass flask at fairly high RPMs. I think it was about 4,500 RPMs, not too bad. And Guy was a volunteer to put his hands on the rotating glass flask. And sure enough, with the lights out, you could see a little bit of a glow. It wasn't enough to light up the room, but it could light up around us and so on. It's very hard to pick up with the camera, but enough for both of us to see very easily, from the glow. And it's just a replication of an experiment from, I think it was the early 1600s. So we're talking about, 400 or 500 years ago. They were able to create light between their hands from friction. And here we are still trying to play with it and trying to understand the interaction of the fields and the friction of the fields. And we're trying to do that now without the glass interface, and trying to create the light between your hands, for example. But even if we had some sort of other means of using the GANSs, or using GANs plus nano plus plasmatic, or whatever means we have, how can we demonstrate our understanding of this knowledge by creating a simple light? It should be very easy. You should be able to do it in a few minutes. But yet we seem bamboozled somewhat. And that just shows we have lots of knowledge, because we have the knowledge for flight, we have the knowledge for agriculture, we have the knowledge for healing, we have all these realms of knowledge that Mr. Keshe has imparted, and in vast amounts as well. Little details here and there, but not all cohesive necessarily, but that's for us to figure out. And yet we still stumble on when the power goes out where I am and I'm out of batteries for my flashlight, can I produce that light from the GANs technology? I know I could, by creating a battery, like with the caustic and the nano-coated copper and the zinc plates, you can create a pretty usable battery from that combination. But it's not necessarily looked at as a plasmatic battery. It's just the matter level, creating electrons in order to turn a light bulb on type of situation, not unlike using your AA batteries in a flashlight. But what else can we do that can create a better quality light and better quantity for, you know, a simple device that uses the GANSs and nanotechnology to create light?
Can I jump in?
Ah, good. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, Joel.
Hi. So you're speaking about the light.
Yes, yes,
It's a friction.
yes.
Okay. Friction of what?
Well, friction of fields is
Yes.
the saying that we've been taught for a long time and does
Yes.
make
But
much
which
sense.
which field?
Well, in the
This
case
is
of
the
creating in the case of when I created light between my hands with the rotating flask, it's the friction between the fields of the skin of my hands and fields of the glass container of the evacuated air. And through that combination of conditions, it's able to essentially ionize the air inside the flask and cause it to glow. And it's from the friction of the fields. But it's not, it's more like the friction of the physicality in a way. But you could say the physicality, what we see as physicality, is merely a manifestation of the fields.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it goes around and around that way if you look at it that way.
Okay. Look what happened and apply it in the plasma. When you want a light or a heat, what you do? You wrap your hand against each other. Look to the process of wrapping hand. One goes up, one goes down. Yes? Or both of them goes the same way.
So like rubbing your hands to get them warm, you mean, or something like that?
Yeah. No, now look. Can you wrap your hand now? Okay. What you done? One hand goes up, one hand go down, or one hand go north, one hand go south. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the wrapping. So if you apply that in the plasma, what that mean?
Well, to me, that means, first of all, you have to have two things that are rubbing. So there's a separation that's implied there.
Yes.
And through that separation, and if you get one to go one way and one the other way, in other words, opposite rotating materials, let's say, or fields, then that's where you'd have your maximum friction, is the maximum speed in opposite directions or in some sort of conflicting directions.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so,
if you
and go ahead.
Yeah, and if you see it in the larger scale, it's electron and positron.
Yes, indeed, exactly. So you can, if you can separate those items through maybe a strong magnetic field or even a weaker magnetic field and get them to rotate, then they'll both rotate in opposite directions, right? Because they have different charges.
Yeah.
They'll rotate in opposite directions. But the interesting thing about it, when you get a negative charge rotating in, say, a clockwise direction, and a positive charge rotating in a anti-clockwise direction, just as an example, then they actually add together in their current, in that circle that they're rotating in, that ring can become a superconducting ring, because the currents add together. You've got a negative current and a positive current. They add together if they're in opposite directions. You know what I'm saying? Like a negative going in one direction and a positive going in the other direction at the same time creates a current in one direction. It's a one directional current in that ring that they are rotating in, that they're rotating with each other. It creates this superconducting ring. If we can separate, like we were just saying, that plus and minus through magnetic means perhaps, and get them to rotate, which usually means that you can do it through voltages and creating a potential between them, or other means of creating that potential. When there's that potential between that, the two of them, they'll want to rotate around the central core of that potential. And one will rotate in one direction, one in the other direction. But the combination of them both will add together rather than subtract from each other as far as the current goes. Mr. Keshe talks about the high currents that are necessary, that are part of the high-end current, the high-end plasmas that we need for actually traveling in space, especially in the physicality spaceship.
So let us,
does that make sense, or is that along what you're talking about, or totally off in another direction?
Yes,
Okay.
no, it's okay. But let us apply it now to plasma. You are working with the plasma. What you have? At least what you have. You have nanocoating, you have gases, you have rotating liquid plasma. Just apply what you have. Bird with birds. Nano with nano. Gases with gases. Water with waters. You want friction. You do not want transfer of energy. So come guys. Come guys. You just say it. That will come with the practical. We will see it. No problem.
Well, that's the whole thing about this group, is it's supposed to be about the practical, as we've been discussing amongst ourselves in a way. Jalal, it might be a good time to sort of get into that in a way, because this group is supposed to be the practical part of showing the actual the principles of the plasma technology, but in a practical way.
Yeah.
Where we have something that we can see and interact with, and make suggestions how to improve and all that kind of thing. But as in the last couple of years, we've gotten more and more into discussing the concepts and some of the higher ideas, and some of the spiritual aspects, and feeling the fields and such forth, and have gotten away from actually creating things that can be useful for humans, first of all, and useful for us to grow our knowledge as well. but not just our knowledge. It's a matter of creating understanding, because you don't get the understanding until you actually actually try it and do it and work
Exactly.
with it.
Exactly.
Because otherwise we just get overburdened with knowledge, and more and more and more knowledge. It is wrapped up in your head rather than in the real fields that, you know, to interact with the actual fields that you create from a creation of some sort that you create.
You know, the problem with the man, that he's very quick. He go to the comfort zone very quick. So anything make him go to the comfort zone, yeah, he will play it.
Yep, and if you can sit in your couch and watch someone else do something, do
Yeah,
YouTube
yeah,
video,
yeah,
and
exactly.
it takes a lot of bravery to even be in this group to hang out to start with, and you can sit in your couch and just be an observer here, which is a level up from sitting in your couch and watching a YouTube video that's already pre-recorded or something, because there's a chance you might have to interact on an actual, you know, real level here and so on. But the idea is to actually implement the ideas that we are discussing, rather than just continuing to discuss and building on the discussions. And pretty soon we have a house of cards that has no foundation because we haven't done the basics, you know. Like most of us have created Ganses, so we can talk about Ganses with some knowledge, and not just knowledge, but with understanding that if you make the nanomaterials in a certain way and put them in a, you know, a certain configuration, you will get certain GANs materials created from it. And once you do that a few times and go, oh, wow, this is consistent. I make it, others are making it, and I can actually do this. I understand how to do this now. And it's not a mental understanding of, I read it in the KF Wikipedia, therefore I know how to do it. It's, I've done it, therefore I know how to do it. Therefore I have an understanding.
You
Because if
know,
you read about it, you cannot possibly gain that understanding that you get when you actually interact with it and do it on a more
you know, Rick, the thing is that we are shortage of a lot of things. Let's say, when, till example, you go and you see one of the Mr. Cash workshop, anyone, and in that time, it give you an eyesight in that position, and thought and soul, and you want to apply it, but you are, let's say, in some discussion with the group, and you say, okay guys, bring such a nano coating, bring such a coil, bring such a thing, and you see all the group what you have, they have the same what you have, because we done all in the same systematic way, in the time, the right way to nano code, the right way to wind, you know, you see. So that give you opportunity that you test in the time, in the moment. But now if you have an idea and you say, okay, we need to make let's say a magraph. Oh, wait for me, gonna buy wires, I need to caustic, I need what, fire, I need to, you see, it takes time to make that. Until we're going that position, we are already forget what we want to do. And this is the thing. Now we are in the really comfort zone, because it's very easy. I think about the soul and finish. Yes, this is the way you, if you can do it with your body, that is perfect, because all of us in the end we are going to that. But I am using the tools, only tools. It is nothing necessary that I can apply it everywhere. It's only tools to teach me how to work with the higher level. and let me do it in the good way. What is the good way? I take from Rick something, I take from Mark something, I take from Jalal something, I take from whatever something, and put it together. I cannot put it together just in thinking, and because we have a lot to study, we have a lot to share, we have a lot to contribute, you will forget
Hmm.
until 1 year or 2 year or 3 year, one bring it to your thought. I remember. I was thought about that. I was experiment about that. But why it stopped? Because we have a lot to digest. We have a lot to understand. But if I am working and even if it's at halfway, but it's still there, it need only to trigger that reactor to work. Okay, this reactor didn't work. Why? Okay, not the time, maybe. I didn't understand. As Mr. Cass said, just go out, go out of the environment and see, be observer. What you done? Why didn't work? Don't say it's not working because somebody else he done it. Why didn't work with you? There is something. Check it again, 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 because it will work. No matter what you do, it will work in 1 day, in 1 year, in 10,000 years. Because this knowledge is working. And this is the purpose, really, to be, in the end, it's like you, Rick. You are doing it really public and for a long, long time. But we want to extend it to the whole day, all Wednesday, because there is people they cannot be in that time, and there is people they do not understand the real thing about nano, about winding, about the ganses, which type of ganses. You see, this is the purpose of it.
But
Well,
just a sec.
that was the
Go
purpose
ahead.
of the KF Wikipedia, is to allow people to go through the basic steps and not require them to be handheld all along the way, and they can experience it themselves by the. We're supposed to have it all laid out so they could easily follow and have all the basic teaching in there. But if you want to create such a group to work all day, you're welcome to do that. That's not something I can do because I can barely support the this group here. I don't even have time to prepare and do things for it and do experiments and everything else these days. So I'm working full time to survive.
We already decided that you are out of the equation. That part.
Well,
We know what you have.
then what you need is a means to broadcast, and that requires the computer setup so that you can broadcast to live stream and to YouTube and to Zoom all at the same time, and have the hosts to support you and all of that. And that's what's required. And if you got the group that can do that and wants to support that, then that's a good service for those that are coming into this teaching for sure.
We will discuss it today in the private teaching and see who have the ability to do such a thing.
Mhm. And on the other
Jalal,
hand, the other point, let me bring up one more
Like
point about that, which is that the people in the private teaching, the students, well, a lot of them pay for the private teaching so they can have the private teaching about how to make the ganses and how to make the basic stuff of the technology. And if it's not taught in that class, and all of a sudden it goes into public and it all becomes part of the public teaching, then there's no sense of them going into the private teaching. It takes away from the value of the private teaching of showing people. That's why they want to do it in private. They don't want to interact in public with everybody in public and have their name and their, it's a big jump for people to just unveil themselves in public just
We
because they want
discuss
to know
we discussed that with Mr. Cash, and Mr. Cash said it's no problem because in the end, what is in the private, it will go to the public. So it's a
Yeah,
way.
but people are just expect there'll be a class in the basics of how to make GANs and so on in the private teaching. I think that's one of the reasons they go into the private teaching. And if that class is not there anymore and it's in the public, then they may find it fine, but they may find disappointing in that they didn't get it in the private teaching. And there's lots more in the private teaching. They can go on for years and years just on the
There is
previous teachings
there
of
is
Mr.
more than
Keshe and their-
there is more than 10,000 hour of private teaching. They
Mhm.
can they can go swimming in.
But that's not interacting with others. They can go on YouTube and have thousands of hours of public teachings of YouTube, which is all the same stuff as in the private teachings, basically. So why would they even take a private teaching then? If there's no private interaction, there's no interaction with other students in a class where they learn with others how to make the GANSs and so on, the basics. So is there no, were there people showing up in that class enough to make it worthwhile for the private teaching? Or does everybody want it to go public in that class? Like they'd rather just have a,
Actually, that is my monkey mind who bringing bringing this up. So because in the end, you want to teach your brother and sister and your brother in another country to how to do the right way and be benefit from what he is doing.
Mhm.
This is the whole basic.
Now, about showing something in the matter state, Mr. Keshe said if you want recently, if you understand what I'm teaching, you should have your spaceship by tomorrow morning. Do you think you built something overnight? Or did you create a structure the other way?
Theoretically, for me, yes. And if you remember, Mark, I just say it. If you understand that, tomorrow we will have our spaceship. In the same time,
And the
tomorrow,
same with the gold.
yes.
Do you think you're going to build a reactor and get it all right overnight? Nope. It's a different process.
Why no? Why no? Why no? It is not no. But if you have all the what we are learning, uh, some kind of nano, different kind of nano, different kind of gases, it is not possible to not to do. Just someone in this group. Okay, I remember. Why don't we do it like this? And it takes 5 minutes to bring all the stuff together and see what will happen. But if I
No,
keep
I
it
agree. Building,
theoretically, yes,
yeah, you need to do it. It definitely embeds it more into you, a stronger degree of confidence.
of course. Guys, I will be in the background. I have a little bit work.
Okay, thank you for jumping in there, Jalal, and jogging us along.
Rick, I think everybody misses the point of the private classes, and that's love. You know, like actually people in the private classes, they get to know each other. They really get a chance to bond. And I don't know if I could have been I would have been a different person. I can say that. I would be a different person if it wasn't for those private classes. Because I got a chance to explore and make mistakes and create things and fail. And everybody can see your failure. And
But it's everybody in the private class and not everybody in the whole world. So it's a little less, you probably are more willing to open up to that smaller class that you get to know the people and you get to know it's safe there, right? But in the vastness of the whole universe, and you're not sure of what you're doing, and you're basically making an ass of yourself and asking the wrong questions and so on. That's
No,
very dominating
it,
to people, and it's so much better in a private setting, I think, that way.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It allows you to open up and to become yourself and to learn and to be freely. I mean, how many people in their lives have had 3 years like me of full-time class, but it was full-time, 5 days a week. And to be able to get to know everybody, how do you think that I become telepathic? I mean, like, really, it was through the help of the other people that were around me. It wasn't just me.
Mm-hmm.
I really enjoyed my time in the private classes. I don't go there anymore, but that's for another reason. But I don't know. I found it really, really helpful to my personal growth to actually be in those classes and to enjoy the companionship of others, no matter where they are around the world. It's just a wonderful place to be. So,
Point. I mean, this is wonderful too in this group and so on. And we've learned to, pretty much the people that are regulars here have learned to get along with each other and so on. And sometimes it is a learning process. And you know, there's a lot of respect among each other, and we've learned to be more respectful and more kind of diplomatic in our interactions with each other, and maybe have more of a degree of control on our emotions and so on. And but a lot of people, probably most of the people in this group, including myself, have had to gone through a bit of a trial by ordeal, as they call it, having to open your microphone and talk about things that, you know, maybe some spiritual aspect that's really important and personal and close to your inner being. And it's, you know, hard enough to talk to your best friend about it, let alone to all these people in this you know, crazy plasma group here and so on. So people have had to sort of go through that critical eye of the group in a way, in order to manifest and talk about their ideas here and generally just interact with the group. There's sort of it takes a little bit of time to sort of find out where people are at and to go through that process. Once you develop the confidence, and I actually hear it in people's voices, you know, when they first encounter the Keshe teachings and Mr. Keshe and these groups and so on. People often talk, you know, sort of loud and confidently, but they're talking from a place that is a little shaky in terms of where the knowledge came from and where their experiences came from. And once they realize the vastness and the love at the same time that's available in these groups, they realize that, wow, I'm not quite as important as I thought I was. And then their voice sort of diminishes a bit and they become more humble. And then at the same time, a certain confidence starts to build where the voices become really strong and present. And that seems to be where the soul is learning and experiencing and becoming more confident about its position and its ability to interact from that position without feeling embarrassed or overconfident or others emotions that might have interfered before. So it's definitely a learning process, and it's fascinating to watch people as they come and go, and everyone learns something in this group, and it's and in all the Keshe groups, and like you say, in the private teaching, probably even more so.
Could I ask if Christopher would like to open his mic? We have a guest here. He had his hand up, but I think he put it back down.
Christopher, where do you see Christopher? I don't see Christopher here.
Before we go any further, I
Start with a K.
Oh,
I
I
just-
see. Yes. Sorry. Go ahead, Brent.
in a way, I just said that during the private classes, I learned how to be telepathic, and everybody just mulched over the top of it with their thoughts. And I can tell you, honestly, I feel people's feelings and their thoughts. And this class is no exception. And when I get mowed over, I've got to say, I've got to stand up and say, hey, guys, I hear your thoughts and feelings when they are focused on me. And there's no changing it. I learnt this from the private classes. I got there at that point due to the private classes. So I urge anybody that has had an inkling that they should do or they might go that way, join the private classes, because they can give you things that no other place on this planet can ever give you. And remember, I hear your thoughts and feelings, mate. Do you understand me?
Do you understand most of the people here probably have the same abilities, because otherwise they probably would not be here.
Yogurt, mate, yogurt.
Well, aren't the souls always communicating?
But is it in a conscious way you can actually remember and interact with that? That's the difference.
The soul is still keeping a few secrets from us.
Well, if we allow it to. And that's depending on how many barriers we put up in our life, how many buffers and barriers and so on. And that's part of the what happens in the private teaching and interacting with Mr. Keshe. And if you become part of the organization, all the interactions and so on, it helps sort of break down some of our buffers and our preconceptions and who we thought we were and so on and so forth. And that friction, again, the friction helps to polish the diamond, you might say, gives us something to work with to clean up our own act in a way. And that way we become more transparent and more able to be a clear vehicle for this teaching. We talked about the purification of the soul and the one nation, one planet, one race. Marie was talking about that with some quotes from Mr. Keshe in the last teaching.
Yeah, how did Mr. Keshe put that? That we're a privileged soul? He said that the beings from space are not coming here so much for materials. That's not so valuable to them, but the souls are.
Yeah.
And this is some sort of privileged, or I can't think of the word he used.
Well, he mentioned it was a nursery for the souls, and that's what makes it special. One thing that makes it special. And that's not just a nursery for those on Earth, but also for other souls in the universe.
I think what makes us human beings so unique is our range of emotions. There are many forces of beings outside of the third dimension that don't have an emotional body, don't even possess it, because they don't have a physical being. And that's what makes this planet Earth so invigorating and invitive, so to speak, if there is even such a word, to these other beings that are kind of watching the greatest show in the universe, which is us waking up. Like Mr. Keshe said, all the lights in the sky aren't all UFOs. They're souls returning. The party's beginning. It's already began. So Rick, put on some dance music. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, indeed. Christopher's commenting in the chat here about how well do we know our soul, any of us? Well, it's all on different levels depending on exactly how well you know yourself. And if you've been, if you just come across this idea, or have you been at it for decades, or did you encounter it decades ago and forget about it for the rest of your life because it was too shocking at the time and or didn't make any sense, or for whatever reason that we're not able to keep ourselves open and we close up as we get older and become less receptive to those kinds of energies.
Christopher, open up your mic and have a chat. We'll find out about your soul.
How brave you are.
Well, that's it. The interactions are what causes the creations of these interactions. And even in the private classes, sometimes people don't seem to want to interact, or maybe they're busy working in the background or doing other things. But it's these interactions that are causing a creation that maybe we or ourselves or other people in the future make breakthroughs and open different understandings. You never know what you're putting out there, when it's going to be used or how it's going to be used, but it's creating something.
That's true. And if you create it from a place of good intention, with good thoughts and good feelings and good actions, then
it gets delivered.
For sure, something good would come out of it.
Isn't
Rick,
new
can I
thought
say
just old thought, rethought?
Pardon me, say that again, Randy. Isn't old
thought new thought, rethought? We're old souls. We know all this already, but we're rethinking it and bringing it to a newer understanding because we're opening up more to ourselves and those of our circle, our magnetic circle.
Yep, some people call it reminding, like reminding ourselves. So it's like we already know, but we deliberately forget, let's say, in order to experience the duality and having emotions and going through all the hoops and things of Earth. You know, it's like being on the Matterhorn of Disneyland, the big roller coaster ride there. And some people love the Matterhorn. Those emotional ups and downs are thrilling, and to others, it's deep. They're totally afraid and scared and wish they never got on the roller coaster, I suppose. But most of us are here for the thrill one way or another.
Rick, it's more like, can I place a thought? So in order for me to create a thought that we all think, then the thought goes out and it comes back. So it's like if you look at an egg and think that the center is the pole and the outer skin of the egg is all calcium. But essentially, when you send a thought out, that thought comes back. And then you think about that thought and then go, okay, that's a good thought. I'll continue that thought. And this is where the problems with people getting out of balance actually happens, is that they do lots of negative thoughts. So they tend to veer towards the left. The thoughts have to be balanced between the positive and the negative. And when you put a thought out there, you have to wait for the thought to come back, and it comes back as an impulse. And you think about whether you want to continue that thought based upon your abilities to be able to decipher the thought that went out. Am I making sense?
Somewhat, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. So a thought goes out, it turns around and it comes back to you. So you form that thought through all of the process of the positive and negative, and it comes back. And you have a chance then, when you form that thought, to make a decision about when that impulse comes, as to whether you are going to go with that impulse or not go with that impulse. You make that decision. So when you're chasing some technologies and things like this, you put a thought out there and you wait for it to come back. But if you know that it's going to come back, you can wait for the anticipated answer, which guides you in the correct direction. So the creation itself creates a mechanism with which you can gauge your own thoughts, but you have to be understand that the thought is going to come back. And this comes down to many different philosophies and things that run around this. But the reality of it is that if you have a thought, you put the thought out there, and when it comes back, you have the thought to dismiss it or continue on with it. We all do it. We all do it in our natural lives, but we never understood that we actually do it. We send out the thought, is that a good idea? And we wait for it to come back before we make our decision, and then we do it. This is the way that it works, is that you send out a thought, and if you have your thoughts on one particular thing, on, say, for me personally, it was about, I wanted to know about the creation. So I set myself up to learn about the creation. I sent the thought out, it came back, and I continued upon the same path. Because I sent the thought out and it came back, and I sent the thought out and it came back, and it continued on. So I learned about the creation. So this is the same about the Keshe technology. You need to understand the basics and go, okay, I understand the basics. Now I send out the thought to myself. Am I on the right path? And that thought will come back, and you'll find yourself is that you're on the right path. And that's why this whole thing works. It's because in a way, we understand that our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions make up the basis of us. It's beautiful. So I just say to anybody new that's coming along, anybody old that's doing, think about your thoughts and know when it comes back and what the time period is and how high you sent it and to where it was centered. Thanks, mate. I appreciate you for listening. I've said all I need to say.
I hear you, Jalal. When he talk and think, it's not come back into the same person. It's coming to Jalal, to all of us, and it achieve more reach for making the look.
Okay, good point, Dan.
I still hear you, Jalal, when he's talking with the soul, because now he's not able to push the button. I think it is.
Rick, hi, it's Dean here. We've both been listening to the conversation, which is, as usual, very fascinating and full of knowledge. We can't at the moment, just so you know, in a matter state condition, we can't present from the Linz exhibition. Austria's gone into lockdown, and we're now in a position where we can't go to the exhibition at the present moment. So we're sat in my camping car, having some breakfast. So the situation has changed. The situation has changed now. So we have been speaking with her, but we'd like to try and obviously participate and do some tests and things. But it's going to be in a more restrictive position now. But we will contribute and be present as much as we can. But as I said, we're having breakfast at the moment in a camping car.
So, Dean, what kind of lockdown rules now? When did this change?
How long will it be?
Well, at the moment, they're saying it's for a month. Is it a month or 2 weeks? 2 months. A month. They're saying for a month, but I've got a funny feeling, like it was last time, that will be, they just keep pushing the goalpost back further and further. Hopefully not, but as I said, the situation is we can't do anything now. They've really locked it down. There was an incident in Vienna that has triggered all this. So now as I say, we're in a position where we can't do what we'd normally do.
Wow. So
I'd much like to talk about the violet flame, the anerosive violet flame.
The what? Violet flame? Sorry, go ahead. The what violet flame?
Anerosive, one that does not burn.
Okay. What would you like to say about that?
That is a tradition of every shaman. It's part of initiation. The first person I've ever seen do that was Ingo Swann.
Who?
Ingo Swann.
He's a remote viewer.
Yes, he was the one who brought remote viewing through Russell Targ, was the one who brought the laser to the United States government. Before that, they're using masers.
Okay.
So has anyone
So-
seen this actually?
Seen the light, the purple light, the violet light, rather?
It's a violet blue on-erosive flame. You can put it around anything, but it does not burn it.
Is this a plasma state flame, Christopher, or a matter state?
Well, it's got to be a plasma state because it goes around a matter state, but it does not have any effect on it. It doesn't burn it. It doesn't do anything.
So you can stick your hand in it and you won't get physically burnt.
Yes, it actually will ignite something when you see it. When you see it go around something, it's completely engulfed in the flame, but there is no damage.
Well,
And at what state is this being created from? Is this from a soul state, or is this someone projecting that, or is this an illusion?
I believe it's from a soul state. It's just something that every shaman has to be able to do to become a shaman.
Can I tell you something here, please?
Yes, sir.
And then I will.
Please.
You reject out only the emotion part.
Yes.
This emotion part interact with physicality or interact with the soul. So for the light, if you try to be an actor or to be a child, anyone of you who saw a child who is crying and laughing in the same time, it's only the children, the child who can do that. He is crying and laughing in the same time. If you can do that, now laughing is creating the electron,
Okay.
we are saying the positive, and crying, sadness, is creating the minus, the positron.
Okay.
If you can act in that as an actor, actor, not real,
Understand?
you will have this lights. Due to your which part you are interaction in the spectrum of your soul.
But every shaman has to be able to do that. They also have to be able to stir away hurricanes and storms. It's part of the
any entity, any human, any rock, anything have a soul. He is plasma, so he can do
Yes.
the same thing. But these people, because they are in this path of teaching, they are showing. That's all. You also, when you are sad, you show what you are showing.
Yes.
And
Your
if there is
emotions.
and if there is someone who can feel your feels, he will sense you from a kilometer, from 1,000 kilometer.
From anywhere in
Because
the universe, yes.
yes, because he's connected to you, so he will feel
Yes.
what you feel. That is in
Yes.
the field spectrum. But if you want to see it, it's the same. It is already out.
Understand.
And I think Randy, he's in this part of acting. He can do it. Go ahead, Randy. You can do it.
You can do the blue. You can do the Onerosa blue flame, blue violet flame.
Yes, of course.
wanna
He
see
can do
that.
all of that.
Really?
Yeah, really, you can do it. But you need to what we said. Why we are bringing to practical? Because we are full of theory, and full of, really, all of us, we have knowledge, but we want to bring it to the platform to practice it. I do it in 1 year, you do it maybe in 1 day, because you
Well-
have a different skills.
Well, if you study the history though of it, and you study Pat Patterson and study who Russell Target is, who started the whole program for the remote doing thing, Ingo Swann, he was doing things in the 70s, showing maps of planets in our solar system.
Do you
If they
have
could not
do you have a
confirm-
satellite? Do you have a satellite? Sorry to interrupt you, but do you have a satellite at home?
No, I don't like have a satellite system set up or anything. I mean, I'm Google Maps like anybody else, but I don't have anything special set up.
Okay. Let me say I have at home. I have only 5 channels. I can see only these 5 channels at TV, but you have a satellite. You are have maybe 2,000 channel.
No,
And
what I
from
do is
this,
I just
that the meaning here, we all can
Yeah.
do that, and we are doing it all the time. But only
Yes.
one thing, we do not focus in it because we didn't pay attention to it. Just pay attention for anything you want, and really, and practice it. You will see.
Well, I spend most of my time just listening to nature and the things around me. The way I find the planets is by their sound of their location.
This is the filter what you want, but it's more than that. You see, because
Yes.
someone put the information, put the knowledge to your, to your thought that you can listen to the nature. Okay, and this
But I
is the
heard
one.
I heard Mr. Keshe mention one time about being in
Yes,
the desert and the animals coming around you. And I
yes,
can go outside. When I go outside, every animal, birds, no animal, raccoons, possums, any animals, nothing is afraid of me. They all approach me.
but
They
but
sit.
let me bring a little bit opening
Yes,
in the
sir.
thinking. Um, in the real life, we have physicality,
Yes.
we have emotion, and we have a soul.
Yes.
And in the
Yes.
plasma, we have the same thing. We have matter,
Triangulate.
dark matter, and antimatter. So
Has to
we
triangulate. There has to
always
be
we
three.
have three. Always we have three.
Yes.
So
Yes, sir. We do.
when you go to the field outside, you will hear. But even this hearing have a 3 stage. Even
Yes.
even even when you see it have a 3 stage. Everything have a three
Yes.
stage. So
Yes.
so check it out. Okay, I hear the sound of the nature, but there is something else. I need to hear the field.
Yes.
I need to hear the soul. In this
Yes.
perspective, okay, you are very good. You are, because you are aiming and you are going in this way. Okay, it's not absolutely. It's very marvelous. But go to
Just
the
be. What
three.
other way there?
Yes, yes,
It's just what it means to you.
It's just what it means. What it is. It's just what it is. There's no other way to describe it. There's only way to describe reality is how you perceive it. I guess. And I guess the clearer it is what it is. I mean, you can communicate with other things, trees, clouds, planets, animals, anything that's in your existence. But when you communicate with them, they become much closer to you. At least that's my interpretation.
So
of what
you
I understand.
must be doing that on the soul level.
Yes. It's like that with everything. Anything you communicate with, it will come closer to you. I don't know how else to describe it other than just what it is. I have no other way of describing what I experience.
Very
the longer
interesting.
time you spend with anything, even wild animals, wild creatures that would be normally leery of humans. Like I had some owls that were friends of mine, and they would land a foot away from me and just sit there and look at me. Rats would do that, raccoons, and people would tell me, like, well, what are you doing? I had many friends witness this. But it's just the relationship. Just, the same thing with the crystals. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys have crystals and like see what they do, but like the crystals have their own entity about them. They are, if you just be around them, like I always say, if you spend enough time, everything is a teacher. Just understand what it is and it will show you what it is. It's absolutely beautiful.
I know Mr. Ketch teaches us that even the stone has a soul.
They do. You spend time around them and get to know them, they'll show you what they are.
Well, they're stones, right?
But a stone still comes from somewhere. What are the rays of light that create us, that create everything that we live in? I often walk around my whole life pondering these things. Because if you pay attention to them, they will teach you. Mr. Keshe is the best teacher of totality I've ever seen. I've been studying this stuff, trying to figure out how this whole thing works, how the universe works, how the Unicos works. I already understood the first time I saw the universal body enhancement unit, the shape of the egg, the shape of the universe, the shape of the first plasma tube I've ever seen. People want to talk about inside of the famous picture in Egypt with what they want to call a light bulb. That is a plasma tube. And if you study it enough, you will see it's not only the shape of the universe, but the shape of the universe in motion. That's how everything works. The friction that's created, everything in there is absolutely amazing.
What we see in the image here is a plasma in a vacuum chamber, and it is
Yes.
There's no temperature to it. It's not hot, and it would not burn you if you were to touch it. And it forms around usually metal objects, but it can be other objects that are in the vacuum chamber when the vacuum chamber is evacuated and has some voltage attached to it. You can get images like that.
But what density are we talking about, though? Because the spacing between the unit, between everything, creates a tremendous difference.
Yep, spacing and the voltages involved. Like this looks like it could be some comets in the universe or something. It's actually of a light bulb with a burned out element in the light bulb and subjected to high voltage, and it forms actual.
I've seen that in person, actually, many times about wires getting heated.
Possibly. And
but I would have to say that the two most persons I've learned the most from about magnetism would have to be Edward Lee Skelkin, who built the Coral Castle, and possibly Super Magnet Man. He has a website and really study magnetism very heavily. It'll help you so much to understand gravitation or gravitational fields. I'm sorry.
I'm a fan of Super Magnet Man and watched the videos.
He's great.
And also K&G Magnetics is K&M Magnetics actually. No, K&G has a lot of information on magnetic fields and how the magnets work that way.
I know, but you know, the thing that confuses me the most is that, you know, when you look at a magnetosphere, okay, and then you start looking at the axis of the Earth, it's 70-30, right? And then you take the Gauss meters into effect. It gets all over the place.
The magnetic field's all over the place.
I know, but if you look at the axis of the Earth, no, if you look at the axis of the Earth, like if it was 50-50, we'd be good, but it's 70-30 pretty much for the most part. And that's what creates all the problems on our planet, as far as I can see.
70-30, what? What do you mean 70-30?
Access. Like when you look at a magnetosphere, everything's balanced, okay?
You're talking about
like,
tilt?
Yes.
Oh, continue,
Absolutely
please.
talking about the tilt. So listen, if everything was balanced, right, perfectly across, just like how when we look at like a CGI drawing or anything like that, right? You see like a magnetosphere, everything is perfect. Like you guys have studied like the works of Otis C. Carr, and like I could go on, whatever, all day long about this stuff. And you studied about UFOs, and you studied about how it contacts with the core of the planet and how it can attract or pull to it, right? Well, the problem is with us as humans is we're living in a 70-30 axis and not a 50-50. So everything that we look at is on an axis that's perfectly even, but we're sitting at a tilt. Does that make any sense to anybody? I mean, no, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well, everything's tilted. That's the whole thing about it. I mean, gravity is the same, or the gravity and the magnetic field of the Earth is tilted. If you go up north where I am, it's actually very strongly tilted into the ground. It's not a horizontal component like it would be on the horizon, or sorry, on the equator. The equator, when you have a compass, it's telling you north is one direction, south the other. If you
Unless you're standing directly on the equator. Unless you're standing directly on the equator.
Then you still have.
Then your compass just spins. No, your compass just spins.
No, it goes north and south because that's the poles. But if you're on the North Pole, that's when it'll spin because it won't know. It'll just be going to the South Pole. There is no this one pole, and the compass doesn't know where to go.
I'm confused, I guess. I thought there was a 20-meter range where you stand on the equator where you don't get water draining north or south. It just goes straight out.
Straight out where?
If you were to take go on the equator, if you go north or south 20 meters either way, the water through a drain will run one way. But if you sit directly on the equator, it runs straight out.
You mean the Coriolis effect? No, that's a different effect. It's very it's not that strong enough. The Coriolis
and I often
effect.
think
the spinning of the Earth.
No, that's if you're firing a shot. It's Coriolis effect. If you have a firearm.
Well, you got that on the water also.
Yes. But as far as I know, all of us on this planet are so small when you think about it, like as a biological organism, as of what we are. When you think about this, like, okay, there could be a tsunami in Thailand tonight. If you didn't live in Thailand, you won't even know. It's terrible. We should all be much more aware of everything. Feeling like everything in this planet as a whole.
Maybe it would be too overwhelming for people because most people can't even handle their own sensations within their own body without freaking out.
Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, I remember coming to this body, coming here.
Try to handle the sensations of your girlfriend without freaking out.
Yeah, it's no problem.
Alone all of the women of the world and all of the men of the world all at once, and think about that emotion and how you could handle that. That was
pretty intense.
So imagine the job the Absolute has with the entire universe, trying to handle the entire universe all at once and all of its stuff.
But do you remember when Jupiter and Mars switched places in our view?
I don't remember personally, no.
I watched it. I didn't know what was happening. I thought I was going crazy. But they've been the same ever since.
Okay, do you have other topics you want to express?
Not directly I can think about off the top of my head. This meeting is great. Thank you, Rick. You were absolutely amazing.
Thank you for opening your mic, Christopher. We enjoyed that.
I enjoy talking to all you guys. Been listening to you since like 287. We've made all the GANs, working on the stacker now. I've cured a lot of people from COVID with the cuffs. I've treated many people in the past for many other conditions. Like I said in the chat, I don't know what I'm allowed to speak about on this platform. So thank you guys so much.
Well, we're pretty much allowed to speak with what we wish to here, but we don't like to get into other modalities so much because we can go on for hours and hours and days
Yeah, of
about
course.
all these books that people read and all this stuff. And think about it, Mr. Keshe never reads books. He doesn't deal with all this stuff that we all get
Neither do
into,
I.
knowledge and information and excessive stuff about everything from UFO groups to everything else. And he generally doesn't even deal with that kind of thing. He doesn't.
So, question.
Goes directly to the source, which is what he encourages us to do.
Yes.
Eliminate the middleman, as he says.
So we're not allowed to talk about like tumors or cancer or like other things like fixing people from different problems.
Well, you're not allowed to claim on a public YouTube or other site right now that you're able to cure coronavirus. If you say those words in the same sentence like I just did, and claim to do that, then they can ban your video and just remove it. They just remove it, period. And
I don't have any videos.
That's the big trouble, because then we have to re-upload the videos and do the editing and so on. It takes hours and hours of work. And
I can get you
credentials and so on and so forth. So that's why we don't get into that. And also there's legal liabilities if with the medical profession and so on and so forth. So no, we never use the word cure in response to using the GANSs, for example.
Yes.
That's a 4-letter word that sends off all the bells and whistles with the medical profession. Anyone who uses the word cure and is not a medical doctor can be sued for that.
I have a lot of medical doctors who I'm friends with. I've seen everything cured. The best thing you guys ever showed me was ALS cured, and I understand how and why.
Well, there you go. But, you're using the word cured. That's what I just said. That
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Because we get in trouble with using that word.
Yeah. I'm sorry. My
Mr.
apologies.
Keshe would remind you immediately that we don't use that word.
Apologies. I'm just not used to legalities. I mean, in private talk, yes, but not in public.
That's exactly why we have to be kind of careful in the public of just going anywhere with anything. We have to respect Mr. Keshe's wishes to, you know, to keep a handle on it. At the same time, we do open up to different modalities and different ideas because we are knowledge seekers and we wish to know more. So it's
yes.
Online.
Continue the meeting, please. You guys are great.
All right. This is a part of what people learn in the group here, where we can push the limits and where we can't push the limits and that kind of thing. So that is one of the sort of basic rules, is we don't make claims for stuff as if we were doctors and starting to cure people and so on, because that's essentially not quite the way what happens anyway. People are allowed to cure themselves, would be a more appropriate way of putting it. But we don't even use cure word because it's a 4-letter word right off the bat. That should indicate something to you.
Right. He likes to say, Mr. Keshe, that we're technology providers. We're not doctors.
But just one last thing. If we can get some doctors online that can show us the universal body enhancement unit working, we can get it a lot of places.
Well, the doctors have to learn how it works first, and then they can start showing people how they can do things with it.
Well, with the doctors,
we have to get the actual units out there into their hands so they can start using the units and creating the way that they wish to create with the units.
yes, I know some very influential people who can definitely push this, who've gotten many devices inside of hospitals.
Yep, that'll be great, and they can.
The last one he got in was a surgical AI, 30 million. Drop of a hat, put it right in.
Well, they can sign up for the program, and if they need funding or whatever, then
they don't need funding. They just need to see that it works, and then if they see that, it's all good from there.
Well, then they may never see it. It's too bad for them.
Which means the words trust and faith is not significant nothing. It's not need to see it's working or not working. When you understand, you are free. Point.
I agree.
Yeah, and if they don't take the time to understand, then there's nothing that's going to convince them that it works, because their conditioning, their education, and their knowledge, according to the medical profession, tells them that if they don't see concrete results that are shown in a certain way, then they won't accept it, period. And that's,
no, Rick, they will. No, Rick, they will. I showed them other things.
Because you tell them it'll work? Or what do they have to see to show that it works? It's already been shown. The technology's been fully shown and fully explained. What else do they need? It's been explained fully before the unit was even built and shown.
I agree.
So they can refer back to that. Those are their teachings, and they should have all the information they need. But they won't, because they're too busy in their life to refer back to everything. And they want
Rick, I think somebody's
they want it spoon-fed to them that they see some results on a report that says this machine did something to somebody's innards and prevented this and that or whatever. And that's already been shown through the whole report from the coronavirus and everything else, and different techniques have been used and revealed and everything else.
Rick, I think they will though, man, because listen.
Well, they are. There's lots of doctors already are. That's what I'm saying. The doctors you're talking about are too late to get on the board. By the time they get on board, all the units are going to be gone for the next year. And they're already.
So how many units are we talking?
We're talking for what? Mr. Keshe wants.
What are the orders so far?
The initial is 100 units, one for each city, for 100 cities. But there's already been, I don't know how many units ordered, but probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 or more. And various installations around the planet as the initial orders. And that's rapidly building as different facilities come online and so on, depending.
Basically, I'm just trying to help, man. I want to see this technology spread everywhere. It's absolutely beautiful. I mean, most of these doctors that I know that I speak with, like, they will pay attention to things I tell them, because I'm not speaking out of just what I know. Everything that I tell them, they can research, they can find books about, there's patents on, there's just like earlier in the chat today about using restructured water. I mean, if you ever seen blood go from an anaerobic to an aerobic state in 12 minutes of drinking restructured water, I mean, I've seen cancer cured in so many ways. I don't even know, like, which way do you want to do it? Every disease there is, I've seen them all cured. Everything, but you guys show me ALS. That's the biggest thing that got me. Because besides for that, I've seen every disease cured in so many ways. It's absolutely phenomenal. I mean, what, 20 years ago, when I watched pancreatic cancer get cured from using tuberculosis, it really set me down a path of thinking of just how things work. I'm sorry if I violated the rules. I didn't mean to.
Processate, balancing.
Yes.
use this word, balancing. Everything is balancing. Nothing
So
is pure.
everything's balancing. Okay, thank you, sir. I truly appreciate that. I'm just trying to learn. So thank you.
Right. And Mr. Keshe refers to the emotions as playing a major factor in
And they
disease.
do. Yes. They may play a huge, huge part in this. I mean, I can tell you about things I've done myself for people just physically with my hands. It's an amazing thing to learn. I can't hear anybody, so
Because we're not talking. We're listening.
there's not anything I can't find on somebody. Like somebody who has a problem in their body, they have an ache or they have a pain or they have a stiff neck or a bad knee or a sore toe. There's nothing that anybody can have that I cannot sit them down, examine them, and fix it.
Well, it's a good skill to have. It's good to know you're there to be serving people and helping out. You should start some sort of thing with that, perhaps. I don't know.
I don't think
What do
that's
you
my
do with
bad.
it?
I just help people when I can. I've been doing my whole life. I mean, it's just something that is natural to me. Like I said, Rick, I don't understand this whole world, man. I remember coming here. I remember coming to this body, and I've learned a lot of things. I have a lot more to learn, but I just don't know anything, I guess.
Well, Mr. Keshe always reminds us that we're knowledge seekers and that we're always seeking knowledge, and it's not there's no end game in that. It's not like you become a knowledge seeker and you learn all the knowledge and that's it. You are always in the process of learning. Even Mr. Keshe, he always calls himself a knowledge seeker because he's always learning. And when he does interactions with people, he's learning at the same time about himself and about others and the way the universe works.
We all are, but to me, the easiest way to describe anything is through geometry and color. Like, I wish everything was written that way. When you apply geometry and color, you ever study art, Super Magnet Man. So you definitely applied then geometry and magnetism to many aspects.
Well, some people work with geometry, other people work with their feelings.
Yes,
One's
but it
a
all boils
mental
down to the same thing.
and one's an emotional construct. So
Well, have you ever
use your mind, or you can use your emotions.
Well, have you ever grown like really big vegetables or plants or anything?
Have I? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes. Like grown really large vegetables or plants or anything?
Well, I've tried to, but the deer made sure that that wish didn't come true this year.
Oh, Rick, I grew up in the north of Michigan. I live in the south of Florida. I've grown vegetables in both environments. Deers are easy. Deers, rabbits, all you have to do is put some hair clippings, and they won't eat them anymore. But if you understand how to create the fields, you don't even need to do that. Just like down here, like I've grown so many plants, and I've let plants come to the point where they are depleted. They have holes in the leaves. They're not fruiting. They're doing bad. Change the environment. They come back and they grow like crazy. No one's ever seen. I mean, it's not that hard to do if you understand how to balance a field. The pests come around and then they just leave because they can't deal with the, how could I put it? Fields, I guess.
Yep, we've got lots of examples of that from our friend Gianni, who's shown us his growing gardens and his ability to grow amazing plants under conditions of no water and other such things.
Yes. You got to create the strength of the fields through the elements you're working with, though, and then it works very well. I mean, you guys need to carry on. I love hearing you talk. Like, I don't want to take up this time.
Okay, well, do we have any other comments or questions or things to present here from our
Just study Russell's Hard,
panelists?
study Ingo Swan, study the blue non-erosive flame that goes around everything that's purple, the intention color. Study what it does, and you will learn a lot if you do, if you're open to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Purple's the color of the day. Like I say, it's a mixture of red and blue, and I don't think we're going to see a clear election, and it's going to be a smear of red and blue, and it's going to be the Purple People Party is going to be the winning party, I think. Go ahead, Barbara. I think I heard your voice trying to squeeze in here.
I wanted to go back to when you were talking about nanocoating and you were using electric burner. Did you put the copper directly on the heat or just hover it over?
I put it directly on and found it's hard to get enough heat without it being really close. Although you can use, you can put it on like a wire frame sort of thing to separate it a bit from the heat.
Almost like a teacup or teapot kind of a wire that, you know, you would put on a burner?
Yeah, to keep something from burning or whatever, they use that sometimes.
Okay.
But I just put them, I put coils directly on the burners. I put pennies directly on to convert pennies to nano coating, or to even melt the zinc from a penny. You can do that as well.
What about, I have a wood stove, and if I got the coals really good, I could place it in there as well, correct?
Well, that's a possibility. You'd have to be careful not to melt the actual copper as well.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how much heat I can take. Yeah, I've experienced melting my zinc.
Yes, right. So you could experiment with that. Copper can take quite a bit. It can pretty much red hot and so on, but it's harder to control in a stove setting like that, unless you're very, you know, are controlling the heat in some way.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, blacksmiths do it. That's part of their training, is to heat the steel to a certain color, and then you quench it and so on and so forth. There's different processes, and you know to heat it to a certain temperature in order to use it with a hammer to form it and so on.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I was talking with my son, and I was talking about the copper, and trying to remember the lady's name. Mehran. She was talking about, you know, to nanocoat using a torch, and had to go from top to bottom and just kind of go. And then my son mentioned maybe a Tiger torch, and I went, maybe could do that. I would have to suspend it somewhere.
Yeah, and we saw a picture a couple of days ago of the Iranian team. They were using 2 butane, or looked like propane type torches, you know, smaller torches, like 2 of them at a time to do some coils, and they're both the torches are on the same spot on the coil to heat it up really good. Sometimes, especially if you're using bigger wire, it's hard to heat the wire up enough to to get the
Okay.
coating to form properly.
That just brought to mind, I have a butane stove, like a little one element. I went, oh, I could probably use that because it gets a nice blue flame.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe that would work to get a more even on the copper and stuff like
Sure.
that. I want a CO2 thing, and I'm part of the research group for the environmental thing there. So I need to do
Okay.
some networking and stuff like that. So I'm exploring different ways to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, good discussion, everybody. And the fellow that spoke, there's a few of us people that know how to balance with using our bodies. And I find it very interesting being a private student. So anybody here that's not a private student, I would definitely encourage you. There's a lot of really good things, and we all come together as a collective. And that's my thoughts. Thank you for listening.
Much like what Brett was saying earlier, the community group feeling that he got from the private teaching was very valuable.
Well, all
Barb,
is always good. Doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are.
just watch your temperature when you use any propane things because they can escalate quite high because of the mixture of the propane. That's why I bought one of those little butane things the cooks use in the restaurants for, you can adjust the flame so it's really low or really high. You get up to about 1,000, I think. But I wouldn't go any higher than about 800 to get a nice even coat if you're going to do it with that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna try my little butane stove that I have. It has a nice little burner, so I'll do that and do that. I still haven't tried the caustic, but I got everything ready to go. So it's just a matter of taking the plunge and doing it.
And get a good set of gloves when you work with the caustic.
I have my gloves, I have my goggles, I'm all good to go. I just got to get my courage up to do it.
Yeah, it did take courage for me too, and I'm kind of used to solvents and different chemicals and so on and so forth from being an automotive mechanic and being aware in university and chemistry class and that kind of thing. But I always had a big respect for caustic and never wanted to deal with it. But once you start actually using it and realizing when it can hurt you and when it cannot hurt you, then you start to have more control over that and less fear. So like the white powder part of the caustic is you can get that on your skin and wipe it off and it won't even do anything, let's say. But if you have a little bit of moisture on your skin or moisture on that caustic before it gets on your skin, then it can actually burn right in and cause some nerve damage and so on. So
Yeah,
that's why we're careful.
Yeah.
Very good density matter.
Say that again. That voice came through very strangely.
This third density matter.
Oh, okay. It was overamped there a bit and it came through kind of hard to hear.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have a respect for things that can harm you because I'm in the healthcare industry and I've had to deal with things directly of results of either an individual harming themselves or by accident or doing it to myself. So, and have a respect. That and electricity, I have a deep respect, and chainsaws. So chainsaws are to deal with.
Electricity and chainsaws are both things to have a good respect for. Yeah. Again, they're tools that if we have respect for them, they serve us very well. And someone that's good with the chainsaw can do incredible, beautiful structures and some really good work, actually. And
Yeah.
you know, for clearing trees, that kind of thing. But boy, is it a destructive instrument in the wrong hands and or used incorrectly. So, and much like the Keshe technology, it will be very useful to us, and we'll have to learn to really respect the power of it at the same time. Once we see more how that power gets manifest through things like this NASA, you know, thing that they've revealed, the fusion that can occur in a very, you know, relatively simple process in a material. If we learn how to harness that, we could have enormous power from the GANs that we had no idea existed before. And if that's the case, then that's all the more responsibility and all the more, you know, makes us have to respond in a certain way and have to take care of that knowledge to make sure that it's used with the right intention and the right ethos and so on.
I just wanted to comment on when we were talking about interacting with nature and animals and everything like that. What I started to do, and since coming to the Keshe Foundation, is interacting with non-living things. You know, not only a stone, but even
Everything lives.
everything that. My home, I walk in my house. You know, before I would just welcome my pets and my plants. Now it's everything, because everything that we have around us, whether it's a ceiling or a bed or a chair, they were all curated by something, by someone. Therefore, it has a soul as well. So I see things a lot differently. And I don't know if anybody was familiar, but I was having a fan in my house, and it had a slight tilt, and it was kept on hitting the ceiling. And it just needs to go down a little bit. But sometimes if I just kind of tilt it a little bit manually, it would go, but it would go back. Well, ever since I kind of went, well, I'll talk to the fan. It doesn't do that anymore. So I just go, thank you. So it's amazing once we become familiar that everything around us is living or has a soul. Many men refer to their cars as a she.
I was just going to say that exactly. And the car thing with, well, not just men, women too, but with humans, we very much, you know, are affectionate toward our cars and call them different names and so on. Sometimes we curse them with names, but more often they're called some name. And once you name something, you're making it personal. You're making it come to life in a way. And just think of the names of the vehicles. You know, we have Mustang and various other animals that
So human.
Cars are named after, and other, you know, types of things that we think are human. So it's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I praise mine. When I'm like driving through the winter and she's got me home, I go, oh, thank you, got me home.
Yes,
So
I was absolutely doing that with my car the other day when I managed to get the heat working again after it was cold air blowing out for the first few cold days here. And then thinking, oh no, I have to do a 10-hour job to take my entire dash apart. And it's really hard in my particular vehicle to fix that problem. But I fixed it, and strangely enough, I fixed it with caustic. I put caustic into my cooling system, into the little radiator thing called the heater core of the radiator. And it started bubbling and gurgling and sputtering and spit stuff out and so on. And I flushed it out after, and it took some gunky brown stuff came out due to the caustic. and it flows good now. And the heat came through, and I just said, "Thank you, Lord, thank you for the heat." And I started to make a song. I was in just this fantastic mood, just because my car, favorable response, and I managed to get heat out of it. I had incredible joy from my vehicle just because it gave me heat. It's pretty bizarre.
You mentioned you use caustic. Now, is that something you would normally use to flush out the heater core, or is that something that you just came to mind?
Well, not exactly normal. No, not you wouldn't go to a automotive place and they would, not normally use a bunch of caustic to try to flush out your heater core. What they would put in is a substance that you can pour in the radiator to clean a radiator cleaner, and it might be a mild caustic or it could be some other chemicals, but it won't be the full-on heavy-duty caustic that I put in. That's enough to I got a microphone open here. Jacko, I think maybe it's yours. Or Christopher, I'm not sure. You can mute until ready to speak is the best. In any case, yeah, it worked, and it's sort of like creating a mini volcano. You have to be very careful because you can dissolve the aluminum. As we know, aluminum dissolves in caustic, right? And the little radiator heater core is made out of aluminum. So if you put too much caustic in, this is why they won't do it at a shop, you'll melt the aluminum, put a hole in that, and cause even more trouble than having a blocked up heater core. Instead, you'll have one that flows the coolant out into your floor and on your feet. And that's an even worse situation.
Well, that was good troubleshooting on your part. I would never thought that, but come to think of it, I probably wouldn't try it now anyways.
Well, the interesting thing is when you're desperate, when you're cold and cold and hungry, that's when your mind works the best in a way, and you will find some solution, or will tend to look for some solution that is available. Whatever is around, you'll grab that as a tool and try to work with it. And that's what I had handy, was a bag of caustic, which I've had for 6 or 7 years now. I started out with 40 kilograms, and now it's down to less than half of that. And it just happened to be exactly what I needed to do the trick, and was just so happy the way it worked out. And I didn't punch a hole in my aluminum and dissolve it and turn it into hydrogen. So that's what happens with aluminum and caustic. In fact, you can see experiments from kids on YouTube where they put aluminum tinfoil into a pop bottle of caustic and it explodes. So you have to be careful with aluminum and caustic, actually. But if you need to create hydrogen, it's actually the perfect way to create pure hydrogen. You can take a little pellet of aluminum and put it in caustic. You'll see it'll start to bubble, and those bubbles are pure hydrogen.
There's so much
for your experiment. That's the way I would make hydrogen. In fact, I intend to make hydrogen shortly.
Well, I'm glad that vehicle to work. That's a nice story to hear. Years ago, I had older vehicles and I had to do mechanical stuff. Now that I'm older, I just said, I just bought the new stuff, so I don't have to deal with it anymore. But if we start getting our flying car, well, mind you, we won't need that. Well, maybe, I don't know, how are we going to heat it? Maybe we'll put copper coils. I have to think about.
You might talk to Gianni about that, because he doesn't have any heat, external heat in his place. He's not hooked up to the grid, so he doesn't have electric heat or anything. He doesn't use a wood fireplace or wood heat, so he's not burning fuels. And he uses nano-coated coils and ganzas, and he paints with GANs and creates the wall structures and that kind of things. And he does without heat in Romania, where it gets down below freezing regularly. which
Yeah,
is
I
quite
heard his
amazing.
testimony, and it was very fascinating. That's actually what I'll be doing, is I'll be attempting to do a lot of that, but I have to be very specific in the research, and I have the ability to do that because I do wood and I have electricity as a backup. I've actually started to use the GANs, and I've noticed some things. I have temperature and humidity gauges in each room. What I've noticed using the cup of one, and I've just kind of used the GANs and I put into a star formation, that the humidity is very high in that room. Like I just went in that room and it was up to 80 and I was like, oh my goodness, I got to get this down again. So I'm thinking I'll probably have to balance maybe with the cup 2 to bring balance with the humidity. I don't have that problem in the rest of the house. It's just in that one.
Do you have
So
open cups, or is this in closed reactor sort of things?
things enclosed, they're not open.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
So,
helpful,
but I think, what's this fellow, he's on there that he talks about that he's not having to consume water because there's a lot of moisture that's coming from the GANs and that. So I think that's happening here. I'm even experiencing that with myself, with my own body, where I'm not drinking as much. And so I noticed the humidity is becoming very high in the home, and which is really cool. My plants love it, and but I have to be careful that I don't end up with a mold problem. So I have to monitor that and keep the air moving and stuff like that. So it's a very fascinating journey and I'm absolutely loving it. And I love being a private student, learning lots. Thank you for listening. Blessings to all.
Thank you, lovely.
Rick, this is Mosfeq.
Hi, Mosfeq.
So have you tried nano coating your car?
Not in terms of, there might be some oxidation of the paint, but no, not in terms of deliberate nano coating. Other than spraying, I've sprayed just surfaces with the GANs water and that kind of thing. But it's not, how would you nano coat a car?
Oh, well, you know, the one of the ways to do it is when you do the coils on battery coils, and you put another set of coils at the other end of the car.
Right.
And then you have to have a gradient, plasma gradient, or some sort of flow between the two.
Right.
And it starts nano coating the car, and then some of the squeaks go away. So loving the car, you guys were talking about naming and loving the car. So I was wondering, oh, plasma nano coating is one such way.
Well, it's true. A lot of people have reported good results with that sort of technique.
Yeah, it improves the fuel efficiency and the power of the car and so forth and so forth. But, you know, but beyond that, you know, you see this kind of changes, which is very interesting. And anyway, and so this is something that I have some experience. I didn't do it. I mean, I was not noticing that too much. I was too interested in increasing power and saving fuel efficiency. But that was a clear indication as well at that time. And anyway, so about nano coating, I have a question for everybody here. Actually, has anybody tried nano coating one side of a plate or a tube? You can do it with heat, really, but either plasma nano coating or what do you call it, caustic nano coating, or know of anybody who has done it? Because I'm going to make something, and this is one thing I need to do. So I was wondering whether anybody has done this.
Yeah, that's a tricky one for sure. I've heard of it before. I think someone covered the plate with something. I don't know what it would be in order to withstand caustic.
I was thinking of wax, but I don't know whether it will stand the heat. So this is what I'm concerned about. Wax won't do it because of the heat it generates. But plasma nanocoating, I can think of a way, but it takes a time.
Possibly if you had another plate up against the one plate, it would protect that surface from nanocoating.
Well, it has to cling to it very well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the plate does not do it as much. I mean, I've tried. I did something which is accidentally. I was not trying to do it, but I had like 2 plates stuck together. But it did a little bit, but not a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. Of course, the other way is to scrape the plate or sand it after it's been nano-coated, so you have one side that's not nano-coated.
Did you try to put a tape?
With heating, it does not work.
Why
it comes off.
Why you go to heat?
Well, I haven't done the plasma one. I can do the plasma coating. This is the other option. It just takes a little longer, but I just want to test something, so I wanted to do something quicker. But anyway, it's okay.
Hi, Mosek. This is Boris.
Hi.
Hi. I thought maybe you use silicone. We have the red one. You can heat it up at least at 180 degrees Celsius. So maybe this is a way. You seal the 2 plates with silicone, heat silicone, and then you remove it again.
All right, that sounds
possible. Could work.
Possible.
I haven't tried it to be just a thought.
Might be a little.
Yeah, that's I didn't think about that one. Yes, that's
now you are working. My God. So you need someone to push you to do something. Good.
Jalal, many people are saying just a thought, thinking. How about just using your soul interactions and wishing that one side to stay free, to start? All of us are. I've noticed that globally and on a bigger scale, if you open this conversation up and think about it, very slowly, things are manifesting within the group and outside the group. People are starting to have interactions on a bigger scale. If you all start thinking about each of us individually, but also as a collective, we're having experiences all the time, and it's slowly coming in. It's exactly what Mr. Keshe taught, that this technology will gradually come in, and one day you will be aware, 10 years down the line, that you can produce whatever you want in the palm of your hand. So I think we're all experiencing something at the moment, and we need to think about it on a bigger scale, because we're all part of this, and it's the interactions are happening right now. The things like you were speaking about the car and everything. I had instances where I travelled with the Ganses in the camping car when I came to Linz, and when I got here, I took them all out, and the car had the camping car started to sound a little bit rough, and the engine noises and the creaks and sounds started coming back in, and I'm sure it didn't like the presence of those souls being taken out. So the Ganses and everything, the interactions we're having are vast, and they're spread. Those fields are spreading out across everything and everywhere, and I'm sure that we're having interactions between us that we're not even aware of. I think our thoughts and intentions between us are changing everything for us, and so when we start to really focus a little bit more and understand what's happening, as I said, slowly. But it's happening, I think, more and more. So expand your thoughts and your consciousness out a little bit, and be aware of what's going on all around you guys, because I think the plasma's starting to really get a lot. The fields are getting much stronger. I don't know.
All I can say is thought. You think about something, it happens. It's thought. So I leave tonight by saying, I love you. And it's thought. So you send the thought out, the thought comes back. You go, yes, I agree with that thought, and you continue it on. So remember, when everybody's searching for new people to come into the foundation, just remember, in the beginning, it's just the thought, a thought. So it comes from a thought and brings itself into the physicality, and it's just the most enjoyable, most wonderful thing to know the creation. Thank you, Rick. Love you, mate.
So you've just explained something there. So a thought. So if we go all the way back to, let's say, to the creator, he had a thought, and we are the thought.
Dean?
Yeah.
Did you put your Ganses back in your camper?
I've put some back in. I'm just about to start a load of experiments again because I'd like to. I'd like to start interacting again personally, and you know, and to show you guys and stuff.
Well, I know what I did on the last road trip I made. I thought, okay, enough of this. I'm not driving because my eyes aren't good enough to drive anymore. So I'm the navigator. So I said, okay, to all the GANs that was in the car. And I said, that's it. We driving home at night. I want to save some time. Same route. We saved 30 minutes. Same driver, no speeding, same speed limit. We saved 30 minutes in time. So I did what I call the time warp thing. We just told the magnetic fields to help pull us along a little quicker. Away we went. So when you talk to the GANs and talk to the cars, it does help and it does work.
Yeah, definitely, Randy. I had an experience once. I haven't really disclosed this in public, but I had an experience once where I was with somebody and we held each other. We held each other for what we presumed was, it felt like, I don't know, a minute, maybe a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes at stretch, but no longer than this. We thought we did. When we opened ourselves, we woke up, it was 8 hours later. And it literally felt like a minute. It was a very strange experience. We lost 8 hours of time. And in fact, it may have been a little bit more than that. But so the plasma, I've experienced this with another being in a physical form on this planet. So yeah, when you speak, or when you join those plasmas, when you compress the plasma, when you compress the fields, I think Mr. Keshe was speaking about this the other night. How do you compress the fields? And I think this is a really important thing for us to try and focus on. I'm sure Jalal and you other guys are very, very technical and know all these things, but I think that's where we need to concentrate for a little while, is compressing the fields, because I think that's what rubs the plasma, creates the friction, and gives us this the opening up of the plasma. Any comments on that, Rick?
Rick's compressed into his seat. He can't talk at the moment.
I'm wondering what happened after the 8 hours.
Yeah, no. Do you know, Rick, it was the strangest thing. Honestly, literally, and we lost 8 hours of time, and it felt like a minute, just over a minute. It was, and this was quite some time ago. I've never disclosed it before, but I think now's the time to sort of talk about these sort of things. So when you're really interacting with the plasma, and when you become the plasma, really become in the fields of this plasma, that many beautiful things start to happen. As we all know through the teachings, there is no time in the universe other than on this planet when they're slowing down in the fields. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure we've all experienced many different things, but that's just one I've just shared, just shared with you all, so you know, aware of that. So yeah, it's that deep connection when you start connecting with everything. Like with the camping car, the camping van, it's the same thing. I was speaking to somebody else who's not been involved with the Keshe, but has been using other techniques, and they had problems with their car, and they literally just said, the mechanic said, oh, it's you need to replace this, you need to replace that. And they thought to themselves, no, I won't do that. I'll literally just leave it. And they left it for a few days or a week or so, and then thought just beautiful intentions. And then lo and behold, it starts working again. And they wouldn't go back to the mechanic and say, oh, it's just started working again. The mechanic would have just wanted to replace it. But as we've just been pointed out, they have a soul. So it's that soul interaction. Speak with it, put your intentions there. And just see what happens. Report it to us. Come back to us. You know, let's have some more experiences like this. Let's get these interactions going. I think, as I said earlier, it's much bigger than we understand. And I think as a one soul on the planet, we are starting to feel many things now, and it's starting to open up for many people, as one, as a collective, as all of us. So thanks for that. Anyway, thanks, guys.
I just wanted to share one of the teachings recently. Somebody, or maybe it was Mr. Keshe, I listened to so many, comes a blur after a while, talking about the GANs use it as like a lie detector. It's because it's a soul. And so my coworker came to me and she was saying, I made my 1 cup and it's not doing anything. And typically her 1 cups would just start immediately. And there was an incident at work where there was an interaction with another coworker, and there was a lot of anger and everything like that. And I looked at her and I said, you need to let go your anger towards that one person. This is why your cup is not working. And she looked at me and she says, oh, that's right. So it's important, our intentions, even though we may think that we're okay, our soul knows and it projects that. So, and it affects everything. So we have to let go things, and I've had to learn to let go things that bothered me. I just have to go, okay, I need to let go. I need to forgive and just let it go. And that's another thing that has helped me in this process. I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Barbara.
Hello, good morning.
Hello,
Can you hear?
Jefferson.
Hello, good morning, Rick. Good morning, everyone. Jefferson from Brazil. Well, I'd like to share one thing that Mr. Keshe spoke about yesterday at the Universal Council, and was probably attending as a knowledge seeker. He was saying something about reading the books, number 1, 2, 3, and as well to make or to have the knowledge of the all health course that he has brought to us. That is just fantastic. By the way, we're in the lesson number 4, I think. To have the knowledge of how to do the nano coating correctly, as well as to read the first patent he has brought to the world. So I think that, in my opinion, we must get all of the information that we have here. So at the end, he said, if you have all these, you will be in. So I'd like to share with you that I think that I understood correctly. So I think we have a lot of things to read and to study in my case. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to share it with you. And Mr. Dean, we here in Brazil, we are giving all of our soul to keep the virus controlled in Austria. And I'm sure that everything will be good, and you have a lot of things to read or to listen, maybe, I don't know. But we are just giving the best wishes for you and everybody there. Thank you. I'm on the back.
Thank you, Jefferson. That's beautiful for you to say that. Everything will be fine. It's just a position that's been put for us. We all know within the teachings, we all know about this virus, and we know the potential of it, and we know that within the One Cup, One Life, we have a way to process that balancing, that interaction in the fields. We know how we can interact with it and balance our bodies out to and produce a field around ourselves to protect ourselves. And we can do that physically with the GANs, the One Cup, One Life, and the Cup 2. And we can also do that with our thoughts and intentions, that loving intention, that thought, giving our thoughts to the virus, and instead of putting up a barrier of negativity, just accepting it for what it is, just accepting, being in the stillness, and just accept that there's a virus and give unconditional love to it. Then everything changes. You're working in a different environment. You're not working in just a matter state. You are starting to interact on a plasmatic level. What's a thought and intention? It's everything. It's the gentleman who was speaking earlier on was talking about being in nature. We all do this. If you go into nature and you spend a lot of time in nature, you start to become still within yourself, and creatures and the universe, the clouds, the mountains, the rivers, everything starts talking to you. You just need to learn how to listen, how to be present in the moment, and experience this, because it's within each and every single individual soul on this planet. Our environment and everything that we interact with slows down that process and brings in, as Jalal said, the monkey brain. We need to let go of that. You need to get to a place where you, wherever it is, you can do it in any environment if you know how to do it within yourself. Just becoming balanced and just being free of this nonsense that's going on at the moment. We all know within ourselves the possibilities and the realms of what this technology is bringing to humanity and to ourselves. So we just need to be present with it, just present with ourselves. And all the wonderful people here, all these beautiful souls that are present, you're changing realities, and it's magical, and it's special to be part of it. It really is, to be part of this this beautiful family that's waking up and helping to wake up many people. So thank you for that, guys.
Yes, Mr. Dean, I think that that's the way we're going to deal with the virus in the space. We won't have guns with us, maybe just a little bit, but the feeling that you just told, it's exactly that. With this feeling, we can elevate our soul and deal with any virus in the space. That is the key factor. Thank you, Mr. Dean. Thank you. I hope you're well.
Yeah, no, what Jefferson. So when we go to space, I'm gonna protect you from the virus with my love and care, and I'm just going to say that the virus cannot touch you. So I'm going to give to you from my soul to your soul, and then by that giving, you receive more back. So we'll protect each other. It's that giving, exactly what you've just done there. The way that the Brazilian community, Portuguese, you also, and all the people on these platforms are so giving and so loving, and that's what's changing the realities and changing the plasma and all the interactions we're having, whether it's in our car, in our home. It's just growing. The plasma's growing, and there will come a moment when we've suddenly realised we've achieved it. We've already achieved it, but we'll understand that we've achieved it. Everybody that some people come into the foundation and they're expecting something. They want to see something. They want to see an engine that or that flies. They want to see this and that. But when you've been interacting with the plasma long enough, you start to understand that it's within you. It really is within you. And the matter state, yes, it'd be nice to see whatever it is you feel you need to see. But there will come a time when that, and I do believe that time is now. That the interactions will just be there. It'll be part of us, because it is part of us. We were a thought from the creator, so we are creators, and so we are creating a reality all around us constantly. We just need to wake up to that fact, to that reality that we're living in, that we're present in right now. Just be peaceful, be within the stillness, and create the reality you want. It really is, probably is that simple. Thanks,
such a wonderful time that we are having the opportunity to live and to learn these things and to feel these fields. Everything changes. Everything changes around, even in the thousands or billions kilometers. We can feel the fields from the universe, I think, in just a thought speed. It's amazing. It's craziness. We can help anybody from any distance. I've done some tests with that. It's amazing. This technology is this knowledge is so wonderful that I have no words to say the things that I've been feeling and learning with you all. As much as knowledge that we got, that we understand, we improve so fast. It's very fast, but we must have the information. At least I need to have all information that I can to elevate the fields inside my head or in my body to join this community. It's amazing, but I think we are in the way to reach us, what Mr. Keshe is teaching us. That's just a way to look, in my way to look. Thank you, Mr. Dean. It's beautiful.
Jefferson, so look at what you've just said there. Look the way everybody on this platform is communicating now, thanks to Rick and the Keshe Foundation and all the guys and people that are involved in this. All nations were speaking openly about very topics that have been very difficult to discuss and to explain on this planet. But now we're openly discussing it and interacting on a level that races, nations don't exist. It's just human beings talking on a wonderful scale, very openly and frankly, about the plasma. There will come a time, there is a time now where we're going to start interacting with the universal family, and some of those will not be in physical bodies, so we'll need to interact with thoughts and intentions. So it's time. The interactions are everywhere and everything. I've been listening to the teachings now for a very long time, and being involved in listening with the private teachings in the Universal Council, the Earth Council, but more the Universal Council for me. That deep knowledge that has been installed within me from the teachings is just incredible. But I am aware, like all of us, that we were born with this. We come with this in us. We have a soul, and the soul is from an atom to a galaxy to a universe. It expands across everything. So that means that we are the creator. It's one. When you start to understand that you're speaking with yourself, and all of us, all the different aspects and everything that we the different cultures, the different races and peoples, the different person, yourself, myself. It's all the same. We're all one. We are that. It's the same all the way back to the soul of the light. Literally, the soul of the light. That interaction of compressing the plasma, a thought, and we are that thought. So yeah, we can do many things. We just need to be peaceful within our environment and learn and understand the beauty that we possess. That is us. That's exactly what we are. Thanks, Jefferson.
Great, great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Alrighty.
I would like to say something here, if I can.
I'm sure you can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The problem is what just Dean said. We come to exist with information. This information we took from our parents, and our parents took from their parents. So wherever you put this child, he will act and interact according to this codes, to this information. And that come also from interacting with the environment. First, you take the copper or the zinc or whatever, and you put it to another environment. What you done? You change the comfort zone of this element. It's the same thing. When you put a man in a different condition, you change the comfort zone. And don't think the comfort zone is only that sitting, and sometimes even the prison will be a comfort zone for another, because he is the filter, and he who is accepting or not. The knowledge is there. The teaching of Mr. Keshe is there. And for Jefferson, it's you only who accept. If you accept, it will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jalo. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yep, good point, Jalal. It's always the first big step is just taking the first step. And it seems so simple in a way, but it's so difficult too.
And if I can add something, Jefferson again, it's not easy, at least for me. I didn't find the first patent in the books yet, but I'm seeking it. Thank you.
Yeah, the first patent's not in the books, but it's to be used along with the books as the source of information, because the patent explains a lot. It's not just talking about a particular incarnation of one reactor. It's talking about the basic principles of the universe that are used within the reactor, and how these things are formed in the universe, how the the basic spinning and turbulence and several other terms that Mr. Keshe used to describe what happens in the universe that's happening inside the reactor in order to cause the chain of events that allows for that fusion reaction with the hydrogen in the core central part of the reactor in order to generate the fields and generate the energy and generate the lift and everything else that goes along with it. So the patent by itself, with its 110 pages or something like that, the longest patent I've ever even heard of. Within that, some of it is repetitive, and it's repetitive for a good reason to try to drill through to us about certain aspects of the way the universe works. And if that's the way the universe works, then if you meet that criteria in your reactor, then your reactor will work, because it's all in the same the same principles apply. And so Mr. Keshe shows many ways that can be accomplished in the patent pictures. It gets into everything from the radioactivity ways to other means using ganses, and so on and so forth, depending on the particular applications. And we've referred to the patents several times in this, quite a few times in this workshop.
To add to what Rick, sorry, to add to what Rick just said, the patent is actually very nice. If you read through it carefully, it gives you quite a bit of detail about the formation of such planets such as Earth. You can work out actually how the Earth, the hydrogen atom comes together and something like an Earth can form. And it's so detailed that you can even work out the current flow in the ocean and the wind, and it matches up very well. I actually did this exercise. So it's actually a very good exercise to go through the patent and take an example where you can apply the principles that, as Rick was saying, in the patent, and then you can work out. In my case, I did it with the planet Earth. And, you know, I'm not a geology person, but still you can get most of this information. And you can work out the current flows, which is essentially field flow, either in the gravitational or in the magnetical. And it clears up a lot of things. So, and I highly recommend looking at the patents, because although it's kind of like you get it from the point of view of a gas reactors, but the principles can be transposed to, let's say, a GANS-based reactor or a non-tangible reactor even, or even the maglev type of reactor. I mean, they're just different physical manifestations of the same principle. So in that sense, it's really, really very good to work out the principle, and it's very detailed. The books are quite different, but this one is great. I think it's one of the best documents, together with the book, actually. You can use them together, but they're different and they're complementary. So this is something highly recommended.
Absolutely. If it's kind of hard to get your head around. It's so long to start with and the way everything's written. But once you get into the groove of it and understand that, in a way, it's written sort of like Mr. Keshe talks. It's got a certain cadence or rhythm to it, and certain themes are repeated, and he embeds things within the speech that operates on many levels or dimensions at the same time. And we can see with the diagrams that come with the patent, like this one, for example, of a reactor, it actually incorporates virtually everything that you can imagine in the creation of a galaxy. Is, you know, you can see the planes of operation here and the dotted lines and so on, different spheres, different levels of interaction. And these are like spheres of gases of different density. So the most dense ones are closest to the outer edge of this inner sphere we see here. Like the argon is a heavy gas, and it, in a rotating situation, it goes toward the outside. And then the neon is the next heavier, and then helium. And then the hydrogen is the lightest. It's at the center, not at the very center shown here, but right next to the center. And the center is that voidness, that soul in the center where everything comes from. And if you can open that up, then you've created a enormous source of energy and interaction. And that's all shown in here and designated. It's got magnetic field, rotating magnetic field indicated, and these interactions, when he talks about them in the patent, you start to understand, even in this very first paragraph. I'll just read it here because you have to actually read it and think about it and read it again and then compare it to maybe what scientists say about the universe or what Mr. Keshe says in other places and what he says in the books, and start to come to your own conclusions. But let me just read it here. This is regarding, well, first of all, this is a patent. It's not actually a patent, but the patent application. And the application was withdrawn in order to keep it as an application and not an actual patent, because that way it wouldn't have, this patent would have been put under national security and removed from the list of patents that was available to the public if it ever did become a patent, because it's way too far-ranging and the effects are for national security are very high. Anyway, it's called Gravitational and Energy System. That's the title of this particular patent. It goes on to say, the new method and technology is described to create under centrifugal and vacuum conditions, in the presence of an ionization condition, a turbulence, rotation, compressive and heating of a gaseous matter is created in a reactor by at least one central rotative magnetic field with the purpose of creating plasmatic conditions, leading to the creation of various magnetic fields, where at least the interaction of two magnetic fields would lead to the creation of at least one gravitational force phenomena. I mean, that one sentence, that first sentence in itself should alert you to several things. You know, he's talking about creation of a gravitational force phenomena under centrifugal and vacuum conditions and so on. In a reactor embodiment, a chain of energetic events is created via a rotative magnetic initiation of a basic ionization of a gas, such as hydrogen, which then triggers a controllable chain of energy transfers, scintillation to the next following layers of introduced gases, such as helium, neon, argon, krypton, and xenon, and of all other introduced elements of the periodic table, such as lithium, beryllium, potassium, calcium, titanium, platinum, etc., and or their introduced molecular combinations, such as a vapor. A central column has a means to start the process, and various concepts, applications, and products are disclosed, such as space travel and atomic welding. And all that's in the first paragraph. And that pretty much sets up the whole patent. And then he goes on to describe where mankind kind of went wrong and what the current ideas about the sun and the systems and the way physics works and so on. And then he gets into describing the way he talks about the way the universe works and how his invention works in its very step-by-step kind of way. And it talks about the use of liquid helium and neon and other inert gases as scintillators are the essential ingredient of the operation of any system that needs to generate heat, power, and gravity. And he goes on to say exactly why. Helium and neon have no unstable, naturally occurring isotopes. Therefore, there's no inherent radioactive backgrounds. That's why they are a good source for creation of the extreme ultraviolet ray catalyst source. Ultraviolet ray catalyst source. We mentioned purple rays and purple color several times today. So, and this is the part that I've gotten from Mr. Keshe over the years, that the importance of this extreme ultraviolet ray catalyst source needed for the initial ionization of the hydrogen atoms to start the heating of gases and plasma in the Caroline core. And so this extreme ultraviolet is a powerful ray, and it can be used to start that process because it's not so powerful to create problems. It's just in the right sweet zone. He's got this all figured out, the right angstrom wavelength of the rays and what happens to the electron and photon and proton and all of that, and explains the exact procedure right through. Now, we could also look at this not on a level of a reactor like is shown in the picture that we were just looking at, but you take the same principles, and as he mentions, because that's where he got it from, are used in the universe and for creation of stars and the byproducts from stars and so on and so forth. The whole process of that that energy process. And also now, if we take into account the more recent idea that this process, this fusion type process, can be done on a nano level, not on a macro level, like with a 30-centimeter reactor or whatever this happens to be, or even 5 or 8 centimeter, but down to the millimeter and nanometer level for these interactions. And look at this, instead of a big reactor vessel, but maybe a voidness inside of a nano coating somewhere. And now we've got a perfect vacuum condition, like he's talked about in the patent, in that first paragraph, having a under centrifugal and vacuum conditions in the presence of an ionization condition, the turbulence, rotation, compression and heating and so on, can all be done on the nano level inside of the materials, rather than having to create a big reactor thing for it to interact with, let alone a tokamak or some other huge multi-billion dollar structure with thousands of scientists observing it. What if we could create something like this on the nano level and have those interactions controlled on that level, and no chance of it running away and your your little experiment, you know, taking out a city or whatever. It would be very easily controllable under those conditions of having it built into the nano layers and having the interactions under a type of control system. So this is very interesting, I think. And if we were to look at that, because these patents came out, he wasn't really talking about the GAN so much. We were talking about 2005 here. And so rather than getting into the GANSs, he's more talking about the gases at this point in the teachings. But he talks about, you know, we just mentioned the ultraviolet. There's a statement here in 0016, line 16. In galaxies, the ultraviolet photons from a reminiscence of the explosion of stars have sufficient energy to strip the electrons completely away from the hydrogen atoms and ionize the hydrogen atoms. When and if the atom of hydrogen absorbs a photon with the wavelength of 912 angstroms, the atom is ionized with the extra energy going into kinetic energy of the electron. This requires a photon energy greater than 13.6 electron volts or a wavelength of 912 angstroms in the ultraviolet region. So this is something that happens in space. The ultraviolet strips away the hydrogen atoms and ends up ionizing the hydrogen. And an ionized hydrogen atom behaves much differently than a regular hydrogen atom. And that's where the fun begins, both in space and for us in our reactors or in our GANSs, however you approach this, these concepts, because it can be used in all levels. This is the beauty of this teaching. You can go at it on the nano level, you can go at it on the macro level and something right in front of you like a sphere of some sort. Or if you're a big time creator, you'll create an entire galaxy, or at least a solar system, using the same techniques, the same, virtually exactly the same concepts as they are also in that NASA paper that we looked at. It's basically the same thing, this interaction of one thing leads to another, and it's with the use of certain radiation sources or other methods, that energy can be used to carry on a self-replicating use. And he goes on talking about the various aspects of the ionization of the hydrogen and so on and so forth, and how the gases interact and how they behave. And we've got just pages and pages of perfect descriptions on how to make the reactor walls, and how the shapes, it talks about all the different shapes these reactors can be. They can have several overall shapes, such as a perfect spherical, elliptic, half circular, etc. About the walls can be perfectly smooth or dimpled or grooved or triangulated, and different material cores can be surrounded by copper wires or bands or other ways to create an additional alternating current. which can be superimposed on the direct currents, which are created within the core. We talked about current in the core of a superconductor earlier today. And all the different, it goes on. It's incredible, the uses and so on. It becomes possible for all these devices. It goes on about all the devices that can be used, such as gravitational lifted transport devices, lifters for heavy products, wheelchairs for able and disabled bodies, a pushchair for children, elevators and buildings, the use of hollow center loop fitted with a rotor blade of any kind for the manufacture of current for sky or water boards, sliding board for play where the board hovers. In other words, he's talking about a hoverboard there. For movement of large objects, this being for automotive or commercial vessels, trucks or trailers, or shipping over liquid or solid bodies from one continent to another. Use of cycles sliding over surfaces, crafts which can fly and have magnetic shielding and gravitational force field inside. For a railway-like system where the object of any size or length can float over the track. Use in forklifts and cranes and platform lifting of any object of any kind or size. And that's all just one category that I just read there. That's just certain kinds of gravitational devices. It goes on to list many, many, many applications. It just goes on and on. And there's some more pictures about the talking about the principles of the new gravitational energy system design and technology. And that's another part of this patent. So he talks about all these, like this is just the list of contents about designing the system, the new principles and context, the concepts behind the intellects and technologies of the system, creation of gravity, magnetism, gravity, magnetosphere, the creation of a black hole, dark matter, materials for the cores, gases used in the cores, hydrogen, helium, neon, argon. All of these things are just the titles for the following text, which describes all of those items and how to do it. The double magnetic field effect, and the interaction of the two magnetic field forces, and it creates the creation of gravity, and so on and so forth, all explained from about the seed of the earth and how that can be created within the reactor. All about the density of hydrogen atoms in space, which they've actually just recently, scientists have recently discovered that there's like 3 or 4 times the number of hydrogen atoms in our solar system than what they figured before. This is a big revelation. It's like, oh, we really messed up on that calculation. Excuse me. Yeah. So
Rick,
there's a lot of stuff here, basic bottom line. Sorry, I've been going on for a while here. Go ahead. Question, comment?
Sorry for interrupting you. This is just a breathtaking for me, because you opened the door that I was looking for. This first patent, I had no idea that it existed and where it was. Now I have the idea. This is the key factor for me. This
It
key
is
we're
actually.
gonna, yeah, it's gonna open the Pandora box all the way.
Well, you talked about a key factor. Well, he talks about the 5 prime factors to make your system work. Okay. Oops, I just lost it here. Well, that's it for today, and we'll carry on next week. Oh, there it is. He says, if any of these 5 factors ever are missing or changes, then the creation of a system or operation of the heating of the planet will change, and with it, the changing the characteristic of the system, then it will lose its components like its moons or system, and it will change its predetermined position or strength. All of these 5 elements are needed in order to create to lead the creation of a planet or star in possession of magnetism and gravity. And by that, he means a reactor. So the first and the prime material for the first stage of the heating in the system is the availability of the hydrogen atom. Okay, and we do know that the hydrogen atom is available throughout the entire universe, at least to some extent. There's at least 1 hydrogen atom in every cubic meter. And they figured out in our solar system, I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 450 hydrogen atoms per quart, or roughly per liter of space, which is quite a bit actually, compared to out beyond space, which is about 1 hydrogen. Anyway, that's irrelevant to the reactor. He goes on to say there's not a need for a large amount of this matter, of the hydrogen, to initiate the first stage of heating of the surrounding environment through ionization of the hydrogen. The second prime condition is the presence of a radiation energy source, which can ionize the atoms of the hydrogen. Now, it turns out we have that radiation energy source all around us all the time. We have these high energy rays coming through, something like 6 billion per square centimeter on our skin per second. And or we can artificially create that in various ways. That's the EUV, extreme ultraviolet radiation that Mr. Keshe talks about. So that's the second thing, is this ultraviolet light, and he talks about exactly how much and how much power and what force how that can be created and so on in that section. Then he gets into the third prime factor. Christopher, if you could mute your mic, that'd be good. The third prime factor in any chain of ionization is that's what these factors are. Christopher, could you mute your mic, please, or I'll mute it for you. The third prime factor in any chain of ionization, which is the important thing about this whole process, is the existence of a weak magnetic field in the vicinity of the hydrogen atom. So this is another prime factor, another aspect that most people don't think about, or is not part of, something that's that we normally consider, but this presence of the weak magnetic field is always part of Mr. Keshe's patents and his reactors. And he goes on to say why that's such an important thing. Okay, I'm going to mute you, Christopher, because it's really annoying to hear all the burps and things in the background. I can't handle it the same as Mr. Keshe can't. So then we go on to the fourth prime factor, is the existence of the turbulence within the region of the operation of the magnetic region. So turbulence, existence of turbulence. So it's important to have some mixing going on in this operation. And the fifth factor is the presence of motion in the vicinity of the ionization region. So we have the magnetic region, we have the ionization region. So motion, and says the motion of the ionized gas within the region of its interaction plays an important factor in the whole process of the creation and maintenance of the ionization and distribution of heat, etc. So this movement is important as well. Now this might be, you know, in this gaseous, he's talking about, apparently talking about the gaseous reactors, but he's also talking about, says no atom, planet, system, or galaxy can exist and operate without it possessing gravitational field forces that can hold on to its elements without the existence of all these 5 points. So even an atom can't hold on to its protons and electrons and neutrons without existence of these 5 prime factors that he talks about here. So we know these are very, very important. They act as the same for planets, systems, galaxies, so the solar system, and right down to the atomic level, has to have, again, the 5 factors are the availability of the hydrogen atom. It is the building block of all of the stuff. And the second prime condition is the presence of the radiation rays, energy source. And third is the existence of a weak magnetic field in the vicinity of the hydrogen atom. Fourth is the turbulence in the operation of the magnetic region. And the fifth is the motion in the vicinity of the ionization region. So if we just look at those five prime factors, and what is it that we're missing if we are creators trying to create say a reactor for the lift condition or for a power condition, what is it that we're missing of those 5 factors, or there's a lack of or too much of, in order to achieve the balance that needs to be achieved? That's like the balance of the atom, like the balance of the systems of the universe. Because if we're in the same flow as that universal system, then we've got it. We have the, you know, if we have that full understanding, we know how the atom works, we know how the galaxy works, then we know how our reactor can work, and we know what parameters to change to, as it's mentioned, to achieve a different outcome. There we are. There's supposed to be a diagram here, but we don't see it, but we see the words rotation, turbulence, extreme ultraviolet, hydrogen, magnetic field. It says the diagram of the universe circle. So there it is, all laid out very, very succinctly for those who wish to penetrate it further, and all the reasons. And you know, he talks about how many atoms per centimeter of hydrogen atoms, and to start the creation of a solar system. So he tells you how many atoms per centimeter, and the temperature in the core, and everything else. The you know, it's like we're basically being spoon-fed through this patent, and he keeps telling us, go back to the patent, go back to the patent, go back to the patent. He said that for 7 years now, since I met him, or since we first started this plasma group, and the whole thing of finding out about, when I first found out about the patent, it was just totally overwhelming. I thought, I can't be 100 and some odd pages. This must be all completely repetitive, or it must be, you know, just total BS or something. How could somebody write so many words about one patent? But then you realize what it covers. It covers the applications of this patent, it covers virtually all of what exists in our society, in our culture, around the world, all of our cultures. And it can change virtually everything that we touch, taste, feel, and see in those cultures as well, because it's so radically different and so simple and cheap at the same time that the implementation of this technology will blow everything out of the water. But again, we have to use it with proper ethos and all the rest, or we don't get to use it, because we'll blow ourselves up before we do have the chance to, or we simply won't see through the secrets because we're too preoccupied with the matter level, or trying to get something out of it that's not, we're trying to force something out of it that's it's not in a position to give. So it goes on to explain all the things that we were just talking about, and see, he talks about choice of fuel for the prototype reactor is not very difficult. To choose gases, one has to consider most of the properties of the gases under varying pressures and temperatures and magnetic field forces, as these gases will have different and varying characteristics due to conditions and parameters within both cores of the reactor. And for the operational condition, all gases are considered to be under a vacuum and centrifuge, rotation, compressive condition, in an environment in possession of one or more magnetic fields and variable temperatures. And about hydrogen, the gas takes the central position of the gases in the heart of the Caroline core, this being due to its lowest atomic weight within a vacuum chamber, and how it's the favorable gas for ionization and heating and so on and so forth. Cannot create radiation above the extreme ultraviolet. Therefore, it can only release that much energy, and therefore you don't get radiation, high levels of radiation out of this reactor. It's totally safe. And the other gases help convert the energy as well and feed it back through to the core. It's such a beautiful system, and the way he describes each, then he goes on to describe the helium, what it's used for and why it's so important, and how it has the cooling capability, and it's inert, and so on and so forth, and all these beautiful properties. And then the neon, and it's got a few other special properties, and it's in its own layer of the reactor. And the argon in the outer layer is a heavier gas, and all of its beautiful qualities, one of which is it's a source of the EUV, it's an emitter, catalyst during the operation of the core. And so it feeds into the core. The argon is a source of the EUV, the extreme ultraviolet. And again, all of this can be reapplied or rethought of in the terms of the nano technology and the GANS technology. And he mentions several times scintillation is most important, and its presence is the fundamental step in the creation of any process in the universe cycle of life. Its presence is the fundamental step. Scintillation is, its presence is the fundamental step in the creation of any process in the universe cycle of life. Well, that's in one sentence, just one sentence alone, 0588, that's line 588 in this patent. We're not even a third of the way through, is worth the price of admission to be a KF SSI student in itself. Scintillation is the most important, and its presence is the fundamental, is not one of the most fundamental, and one of the fundamental, is the fundamental step in the creation of any process in the universal cycle of life. So it makes sense that we should probably find out what scintillation is and what it means, and why does he call it scintillation is the ignition key for the start of creation of any system in the universe. Without scintillation in a low density, low volume ration of atomic hydrogen environment of the galaxies, the process of ionization will not take place, that the rest of the chain of events for the creation of any system or galaxy can take place is initiated. So that scintillation is like, that's the light. That's the friction between fields that gives a scintillation light. And that's what the Bible says, let there be light. Because at first there was darkness. There wasn't the rubbing of fields. There was no, the hydrogen was not able to light up because the wrong fields were there. They weren't available initially at the first part of the big whoosh, as Mr. Keshe calls it, instead of the big bang. So this scintillation takes place, and suddenly there's light, and that light is that ignition key for the start of the creation of the rest of the universe, and of any system in the universe, as he says here, any system in the universe. So that would mean your reactor, to make it, that's the ignition key for a reactor, or for the creation of life in a human. They actually measured that recently. There's this big flash, not big, but big if you're a cell, big flash of light before the life form, before the, I think it's when the eggs, egg and sperm fuse, or when the first two eggs, or first two cells form, something like that. There's this, it's related to the zinc oxide, and there's a flash of light, scintillation, to start that creation process. Same with the stars. We've got big bursts that happen when the stars explode, and it creates all these materials. The heavier materials get created. So it goes on and on. Like I say, that's about a third of the patent. If we go down, just go to some, I just like to go to one thing you can try as an experiment. Go to one of these patents. There's two main patents that are in the KF Wikipedia, and just type in Keshe patents in Google, and you'll get pages of references. There's Google Patents has the Keshe patents and patent applications. I like to just go, what you can try is just go to a random page, like just kind of twirl your mouse wheel and see where it takes you, and just try a random, here's a random page here, that the principal output measurement parameters of the reactor. The most important principle in the control of values of the outputs of the system is controlled by different parameters of the feed and the internal cause and effects of the different cores or the elements in the cores of the reactor. These could be characterized in the following manner. And it goes on to delineate the pressures due to scintillation and the ionization and the magnetic pressures and the pressures due to heating and the pressures due to the gases from the compression wave and rotation and so on. And then the temperatures and, you know, it's all these details that if you're designing and building a reactor as a reactor engineer, as a plasma engineer, you need to know these things. And it could take you years and years and years to try to find out what the effects are in some of these gases and whether to increase, decrease, and what to measure and how to measure and all this stuff which is included in this beautiful document. And you know, like he mentions here, notes and safety. Handling fusion temperatures of this operation is not an easy task, but the design for them has already been done. As these reactors at prototype conditions are not expected to reach such production of heat for the power reactors, the design of the fusion reactor will be closed in detail in the future. So this is these reactors that he's describing now are actually safer in a way than the further to be the other ones that will be disclosed further. And he mentions the only effect which can bring this type of reactor to some malfunction is the interaction of the double magnetic field effect up on each other, or the creation of other magnetic fields due to the motion and eddy currents, like magnetic fields called bubbling between the layers of gases due to different speed or compression between different layers of the gases. So he goes into detail about what can happen and how to avoid certain situations and conditions in the cores where the neutrons are deliberately or allowed to be generated and so on and so forth, and gets into all the details. So again, if you're really serious about creating something, he's even got calculations here. This is very seldom for Mr. Keshe that you see calculations here, but he's talking about the minimum volumes of the hydrogen in the core and so on, and mentions these volumes and some measurements that look kind of important, but all of it is just to give a ratio of the volumes, the volume ratios of these gases to attain the correct mixture for the results that you wish. And so he goes on about creation of internal heat source and the creation of gravity, creation of magnetic fields, the uses, of course, for these things, heating, drying, and gravity, all shielding and energy and toys, electrical systems, communication systems, you name it, it is virtually all covered in this patent and in extreme detail. So I'm trying to get to the end here, and again, some of it's a bit repetitive, but it's in a different, it repeats in a different way and in a different aspect. And so it's not actually repetitive. And finally, we start to get to the end here. And then there's a list of references. And even mentions in here that I just seen this for probably the first time. He says it's important that there's these companies such as Siemens in Germany is working on a more advanced system of microwave EUV system lamps for EUV. And talks about uses of this, and that there's several hundreds of research and patent papers are expected to be released. This is back in 2005 and 6 in the commercial world about EUV and argon and xenon as catalysts. And we see that the EUV is actually become a very large investment in the systems of EUV, and they use it, oh, it's even mentioned here again, for lithography techniques for computers. So the EUV has become available to the ordinary person, and that can be utilized in a reactor combination, let's say. It can be part of the ignition key to get the reactor started. And then there's a list of references to kind of get an idea where some of these ideas come from. We see numerical simulation of compressible turbulence and about spiral galaxies and interstellar turbulence articles and instabilities and magnetics and so on and so forth. All these different technical documents. Now, normally I don't think of Mr. Keshe as reading very much, but perhaps perhaps we should consider reading some of these documents if we're serious about creating these kinds of reactors, or in fact any kinds of reactors, because as he mentions, the principles are the same throughout the entire universe. Puts on a list of books and references and so on. And these are the claims of the patent. Every patent has claims, and these are the patent claims, finally getting around to that, which is usually in the first or second page of most patents. But he had so much to say before that. And these are even important too. They have a lot of pretty relevant and specific parts about reactors. And then there's more pictures and more labeling of different parts, the introduction of different gases through tubes in the reactors and different ways to these are about the magnetic fields that are created in the reactors. This again shows the interaction of the magnetic fields. And this is both creation of fields and the interaction of the physicality substances. These are different iterations of the reactor. We see magnetic pole on the top and bottom of this reactor with it open in the center. This one only has one central column on the top with magnets on it. And he's mentioned the magnets are there as representative. It's not necessarily that there's actual physicality magnets inside the reactor going around. That's important to realize too, as the iteration shows little magnets that are on the tip of this reactor core. And we're nearing the end here now. That's it, actually. So that's the one patent. And then there's another one as well, which is similar. We don't need to go through the whole thing. We can save that for another day. I just wanted to familiarize you a little bit. I mean, a little bit with the, this is the EP 1770717A1. And if you read it long enough, you'll memorize that number. It'll become quite familiar to you. I had it memorized at one point. I haven't seen this recently, so I couldn't recall it that easily. But yeah, so highly recommended for people to have a look at that. Even if you're not a technical person, just try my technique of the random sentence and just read it as if it made sense, and it will make some kind of sense to you. And if you read it with an open mind, perhaps it will allow you to take your knowledge to the next level and gain some kind of understanding from the text, and perhaps it'll give you that one clue that you need to get to the next level with your experiment. And that's really all the knowledge you need. You don't need any more knowledge than to get you to the next step. And from that step, you accumulate some other piece of knowledge to get yourself to the next step, and so on. And there's too much knowledge. It's is both a dangerous thing, but more likely it's a numbing thing. It's you have so much. Mr. Keshe once said, there's as many types of reactors as there are stars in the universe. And when I heard that, it just kind of blew me away, and I realized, oh my God, well, no matter what I come up with as what I think is the ultimate reactor or whatever, there'll be billions of other ones out there that are equivalent or work as well or better in their own way than whatever I can come up with, and the same with anyone else, essentially. And that it's both empowering in a way to know that you can create a star reactor of your own kind, and there's billions of others, like there's stars in the universe, and each one is different. There's no two stars that are completely the same. And like there's no two reactors. And at the same time as being empowering, it's overwhelming. It's like, oh, where do I start? How do I start to create a star when there's so many choices? Like, how do I know what color to choose? Do you know what color your star is going to be? Have you considered what ray of the rays, what arm of the rays that your creation's going to be? And you know, how many lifetimes do you want to spend just deciding that before you actually go ahead and do something? So too much knowledge and too much information can be overwhelming, when all we really need is enough to get us to the next spot where we can have a new viewpoint. We need new knowledge at that point in order to get to the next spot. In a way, that's how we walk. We don't walk planning each step for many, many miles ahead. We go one or two or a few steps ahead, or maybe we can see a few feet ahead our footing, but try to, you know, even running in a city, down a flat city block, you can't plan more than a block or so ahead, or see more than a block ahead in order to put your feet down. There's no sense in knowing everything that's coming up ahead and having all that in your head, trying to process it while you're trying to walk, because you're going to trip and fall because you're not watching what's in front of you. You can't possibly watch what's in front of you and have all of the knowledge of all the other steps that are coming ahead at the same time. It would be foolish to do so. We're not capable, and it's not necessary to do so. When all we do is fall forward, and all we have to know is the next step or two. That's something you truly realize when you go do something like I did, gold panning, and you're out on the river and you're jumping from slippery rock to slippery rock, moss covered rocks and wet, watery rocks with your boots on and so on. And if you make one mistake, you could break your leg. And if you're there by yourself, well, you're in big trouble if you're a few miles from the road. So you learn to really, really pay attention to where your feet are going. And you don't daydream about, oh, geez, I wonder what Joe's doing back home, or I wonder what, the weather's going to be later on today, or some sort of thing in your head, because you do not have time for that. One wrong move and you're in the water. And if you even just get your feet wet, you're in trouble, because it's a cold environment perhaps, and it could get really nasty. If wet feet for the day, you might have to go back and you can ruin your whole day, not to mention if you got hurt. So you learn to really super pay attention, and you don't pay attention to your footing way up the river. You pay attention to the next couple of places, and especially the next one, because it's the most important. The one after that is still hasn't even come up to your physicality yet, and it's really not important until you're actually having to make that step to the next one and so on. I'm sure it's good to plan a little bit where
Rick,
jumping across the river, but it's dicey, so you pay attention. Yes, Shalal, am I going on too long?
yes.
Is that the buzzer?
No. It's beautiful what you brought up, that if you think that is the only reactor which is work, there is a trillion and billion reactors which bring you in one point to be humble enough.
Yeah.
And this is the real thing.
Well, that's when Mr. Keshe said that. It was very humbling. Like I say, it's invigorating in a way to think, wow, there's so many that I can create. And then you go, well, geez, yeah, but I can't do all that. I can't be that kind of creator to create all of them. And so who am I, and what am I? Can I actually create? All these different questions come up, and you question yourself, and you realize your limitations at the same time as the possibilities. So
and in a way that mean if you know something, it's really you don't know nothing. So this one what you bring you to analyze what you are saying and what you are doing. Just stop there and look. If you create a star, there is a trillion and billions of bigger and stronger and weaker and all of sort of stars. So which one is better than which?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it more like a thought?
It is a
I
thought.
come back to it. It's our thoughts.
Of course it is a thought. And this thought, it's a reactor. But where is it? How many thoughts we put in the day? A billions. Did we sit still and look where is our thought gone and nourish it?
Yes.
Well, did we ionize it? That's the question. Did we put scintillation in? That's our life energy. Did we bring that thought to life, or did we let it just die within us, right? And that's our attention. We use our attention as that scintillator, or to direct how to scintillate, because it's actually that love energy, that unconditional love, which is that ionization, that scintillator, that's the spark that really gives the creation its oomph, its initiation. It's you know, that's the creation of the physical earth being, is should be, or at least under that love condition. That's the conditions that usually create the soul to start with. And but that love condition wouldn't occur unless we had our attention on the other person, the other entity that we're interacting with, and that whole situation and so on. We have to place our attention on it. We have to focus, and that usually becomes the whole focus of our attention when we when we call it falling in love. Then our attention gets really riveted on that, and all of a sudden, you know, things like all kinds of things you wouldn't think were important before become important, like diapers, stuff like that. So this idea of we use our attention to essentially spark our thought creations in a way, or we use our attention not to spark it so much, but to direct that sparking action, to direct our, it's like we have in order to actually have action occur, we have to precede that, as we know, with the fields, which are directed or related to the emotional. So the emotion comes before the action, and that provides the force for that action. So depending on how we make ourselves humble and allow the fields to flow through and allow that interaction of fields to occur without us interfering with it and messing things up by getting our physicality so involved in stuff, identified with stuff. We can learn to be a creator with our scintillating force, our love energy that we can put into. We do that with our one cup, one life. We put our life love energy into it, and we get results back from that. It's like your thought going out and coming back, Brett, in a way. It's our attention can direct that in a way to for the best effect with that what do you got all this scintillation force? What are you going to do with it? What do you want to create today?
So if I was a scintillation force, I would love you. And what would you do with me?
Well, that's a good
And
question.
then I don't love you. And then I cut off my microphone. So what is a scintillation force?
Mm-hmm. Any other comments?
The heartbeat. what Rick has been doing a little bit of translation of the reactor in the patent into how it applies to us. So you need a scintillating effect. You can translate it to MAGRAV or our GANS reactors of various forms. But this effect, that scintillation effect that Rick is talking about, what's interesting, the way Rick is putting it, usually he reads my mind, so half of it is he read my mind. But anyway, this is one of the things coming to this reactor group. But apart from that, the interesting thing is that in translating from the gas reactors to the other incarnations that we are looking at, building one of these gas reactors is going to be difficult for most of us. But the other forms of reactors, including us, the reactors that are within us, we can, as Rick was translating some of it into those terms, we can do similar exercises. We don't have to do it for everything, just like as Rick said, the technique of like looking at something little bit somewhere in the document and then translating it into something that we like to do, like with our soul, emotion, and so forth. And similarly with MAGRAV, for example. But all of these can be, in a way, it may look like it's too difficult or hard and things, but at the same time, if you translate it to things we like to do, then it's a different story. Things we like, we can relate to easily, and translating it to so-called the languages we love is something is fun actually. So, and this is one of the technique I use in reading the patent or translating the patent rather. But we don't have to digest the whole thing. Yes, it is difficult, but it can be done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot to bite off in terms of digesting. It's not something you kind of read in one night and understand it all. Same as the Keshe books. Usually you have to read them several times to get the different levels of meaning that are hidden within the writings. I mean, every time I've read this patent, and it's been many dozens of times, not the whole thing, but different parts of it, and I just am blown away by some of the little nuggets that are embodied within it. It's great fun. And I can relate to this. You look at this drawing and think of a plasma ball, the popular toy plasma balls that have shown, many people have shown, where you put your hand on them and the tendrils follow your hand and so on and so forth. And it's an illustration of the ionization of gases and how they behave under those conditions. It's not the same as this reactor, but it's similar effects, and we can realize that such a condition can be created just literally that we can play with between the palms of our hands, and that we can alter the environment of this sphere, the inner environment of a sphere, just by being close to it. It should show you that we can influence fields. You can't deny that we can influence fields when you play with a plasma ball. It's a very simple concept. It's just a matter then of the gradient and the intensity of what fields that we're playing with, whether we're able to be humble enough to feel the subtle fields that might be behind the ones that are more obvious, like our physicality fields. Okay, so we talked about NASA with their fusion in the nanoscale inside of a metal, actually, and how that might be applied to our plasma technology. And I wanted to just throw in one other interesting report that's come up recently, and a scientific report. And sometimes these scientific reports, I don't read all the fine print. I sometimes just read the abstract and get the gist of it, so I know kind of what's out there, what's being looked at by some of these scientists. And this one just came up recently. It's from the 6th of October this year. It's called Generation of Mega Tesla Magnetic Fields by Intense Laser-Driven Microtube Implosions. So it's kind of a fancy title, but Mega Tesla, they're talking about millions of Tesla magnetic fields. And Mr. Keshe was quite happy and proud to generate the 129 Tesla, which at that time was record-setting in any laboratory. And now we have, since then, the scientists have been able to create up to 1,000 Tesla using these extremely expensive apparatus and using explosive magnets, and they run as much power through the system in a few picoseconds as the entire New York City, literally. And that usually fries their equipment, and there's a big flash of light, but they get these big intense magnetic fields. Well, here they're talking about generating millions of Tesla magnetic fields, but on a microsystem, a microtube implosion driven by ultra intense laser pulses is used to produce ultra high magnetic fields. And due to the laser produced hot electrons with energies of mega electron volts, cold ions in the inner wall surface implode towards the central axis. So we have this implosion of ions all moving toward this central part of this microtube. And it says by preceding uniform magnetic fields on the kilotesla order, it mentions the Lorentz force induces Lamor gyro motion of the imploding ions and electrons. And due to the resultant motion of these charged particles around the central axis, strong spin current densities of peta-ampere per square centimeter are produced. Peta is like, I think that's, let's see, billions and trillions and quadrillions, or maybe beyond quadrillions to some other number beyond what I can count, are produced with a few tens of nanometer size, generating megatesla order magnetic fields. And so they analyze this with simple models, and it mentioned that concepts holds promise to open new frontiers in many branches of fundamental physics and applications in terms of ultra-high magnetic fields. And it goes on to explain all the different ways laboratories have created strong magnetic fields before with, various means. And they go on to say how beautiful beautiful their way of doing it is, and it truly is. And it made me realize something very important. If you look at this, oops, oh, there it is. If we look at this diagram here, and so they have this micro tube, which they show in this section A here. It's got a magnetic field that goes through before they hit it with the laser pulses. So again, it's like having a magnetic field and having turbulent and compressive forces, which Mr. Keshe is saying, these are all the 5 prime ingredients for creating a fusion type, a real reaction. So we have this implosion that goes on. And here's the interesting part, is in part C, I find the most interesting. The fields of both the electron and the proton or the ion, one of them moves in one direction, one of them moves in the other direction. But the combined, what do you call it? The combined amperage, the combined current is in one direction. You see these arrows here, the J and these arrows in the center, they're from the electron and the proton, but they're, instead of being against each other or moving in opposite directions, even though the particles are in opposite directions, you can see their trajectories here are opposite ways, but the current adds up because the charges are opposite. So we end up with this rotating, superconducting hole in the middle. And the highest magnetic field is in that center. We see that BC in the middle. This is that hole in the middle that's talked about, because the particles can't go there. The fields are too strong and they want to rotate around that really, really fast, and they create even more fields. But that center is that hollow voidness in the middle, that hollow center. And that is very, very important. That's the soul in the center that we talk about. And that's also happens to be the highest magnetic fields, and it's created due to this current from the ions and electrons, which they say are deflected in opposite directions. So they're going in opposite directions, but they add up to be the same. So we end up with this amazing ultra high magnetic fields created. And I think that's really cool. And that gives some validation and just more hope toward using the GANSs and other materials and our nano technology and GANS technology to create such magnetic fields, and therefore create that plasma condition and create the hole in the middle of it. And that's what you can create from, because then that's the definition of the creator, is that point in the middle with the magnetic fields all around, and there's no matter level, but yet you create the matter level from the fields. So that's another little nugget that came across this week on the nanotechnology, and this idea that we can not only well, basically that these fields interact, the particles interact, the proton, electron, these trajectories to to accent each other and to help each other create that central core ring, that superconducting ring, whether it's at an atomic level or on a larger level. It can be the core of the ship, and that superconducting core, which creates the magnetic fields for your protection and for your propulsion. So it seems like these technologies are starting to come together. The nano technology with the observations that scientists are making, both in space and on the nano level, is coming up to speed with what we've already been told for many years by Mr. Keshe. And we can see that the technology will rapidly be there for doing many of the things that Mr. Keshe has been talking about, the transmutation of elements. And this is what is in the other scientific, now scientists are regularly talking about transmutation of elements, where that was not really talked about except with the radioactive people, where they do know about and have that knowledge about transmutation of elements, which Mr. Keshe has had his whole life. He talks about the gold they've made from irradiating lead, for example. You can actually make gold. Scientists know about that and they know how to do it. It's just not cost effective to do it at this point. What if it was through other means? And it goes into a whole different story and about the ethos of creating gold in certain ways and destroying the gold standard and so on and so forth. Do we want to get into that karma? How much gold you want to create, and how much karmic influence do you want to be responsible for there? Personally, I wouldn't want to have everyone beating a, what do you call it, beating a path to your doorway, as they call it, and wanting to know your secrets of success for creating gold. How would you like to become famous overnight? Have every greedy person on the planet wanting to have your secret? No thanks. I would prefer to be ignorant about that aspect, at least in my showing of it to everyone on the planet. But we're coming up as knowledge seekers. We're going to have to start demonstrating some of the knowledge and having showing that we have an understanding of it, not just the knowledge, but can actually understand, work with it, manipulate it, become a plasma manipulator, as Mr. Keshe has said, which is a very, very small percentage of those in that. There's a very, very small percentage of individuals in that category, but we can strive to be there and learn to go there step by step, as we do with the Ganses, learning the nano, the Ganses, the plasma, and then finally become the plasma manipulator and creator. Not because we have the knowledge, but because we can use the knowledge and know how, from having an understanding, from actually applying it. That's where you get the understanding. Anyway, been going on for quite a while here. Let's hear from some other folks. We have a guest here, Kay, who was an attendee. I just promoted him there. I think you had some comments. previous, perhaps you'd like to say something now.
I would like to jump here, just quick.
Okay.
For the knowledge seekers, think as all the knowledge of Mr. Cash is only for you. When whatever he wrote, it's for you. Whatever he speaks is for you only. See what you will come out of it. Because he's speaking only for you as a person. What you gonna do? How you gonna change? And how gonna you react? And think about what Barbara said. She just noticed a matter state and communicate with it and change it by noticing the existence of this entity, whatever it is. Just notice and appreciate and see what is the difference will come out from it. Thank you very much, Rick, and all of you.
Thank you for that very, very important factor, that idea of just noticing the things around us and so on that we usually take for granted and don't notice that things have a life and need some respect, just like the old story of the ants or mosquitoes, and maybe we had a life where we tend to swat mosquitoes and crush ants as a habit that we have, but we can learn to pay attention to their lives and have respect even for the lowly mosquito and the little ants running around, and realize that their lives are sacred in their own way, and it's really not our place to be at least excessively being the cause of death of various entities. Once we become aware of them, then we're responsible in a way. Our actions are, we didn't accidentally step on an ant, but then if we're aware of where we step and our actions, then we're responsible if we are stepping on that ant because we are deliberately and consciously doing such a thing. So it becomes even more tricky. The more we learn, the less ignorant we are, and the more careful we are.
Rick, only if you think about that, what just you said, about where you step your foot, you will levitate. You will levitate because you care about what you are stepping in. And that gives you the opportunity to levitate.
You funny buggers. You funny buggers. Remember,
the key to levitation is
thought. So everything that I said to you tonight, right from the very beginning, it comes down to, I just watched you go through it. It comes to your own thoughts, your own feelings, and your own actions, and whether it is available to you to cope with your own actions. So everybody goes through exactly the same thing. It's our own thoughts. It's our own feelings. I just watched you go through it. It has been an amazing night. I must thank you, my beautiful, beautiful friends, because you just come back to exactly the same point. It's about thought. How do you place yourself? Where are you with this particular thing? How are you there? But really, we as human beings need to love each other. And I've gotten there. I love you guys. You know, like I'm over the top, over the moon, in love with all of you. But you don't see it because all I bring is thought. Anyways, good night, guys.
Okay, thank you, Brett. He had a suggestion. Where'd it go? From Jefferson and in the chat here about watching the One Nation, One Planet, One Race. Well, I guess we could do that. It's getting kind of on here. We're over almost up to 5.5 hours. Hard to believe, actually, but apparently that's what the local time clock seems to be indicating. Is that really true? Yeah, I can't avoid it. It seems to be that time has flown by here. Are we up for that? I could maybe show that. It says it's about 9 minutes from Mr. Keshe's words. Let me see if I can find that. It's really quite a bit easier if people provide the link for these links rather than just the time, because otherwise I have to look through the whole playlist and find the video and then go through the video and find the spot in it and so on. If you're already there, then you can just record the link in YouTube as a timestamp in the video, and then it's a direct link. So that would be the 100 and...
Sorry, Rick. I thought you had it easily in your hand. I have it open in the YouTube. I can send to you a link. I don't know how to send a link of YouTube in this case. I can send the whole.
Well, we should show that right now so that everybody gets it once again. Here, let me just get it. October. No, it should be November. Where's the November one? It's not in the playlist. That's why.
Let me see.
This is where it gets difficult. So this is where it gets complicated, and I spend a lot of time pawing around for stuff. So the way to take the link is you just go to share, and that'll give you, normally share will give you the link for the YouTube. But instead of the plain share, you check the checkbox and it says share at this time, or something like that. Share at time, I think it is. Let me see. Just gotta find the video again here.
Well, the problem that I'm on the cell phone, I cannot do that from the time.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I've heard that might be an issue.
Okay, maybe I send to Telegram, then I can copy the link. Yeah, it's a good idea. Maybe it works. Just a minute.
I should have it here shortly. I just have to go through a different way because it's not in our list. And I have to go back a couple of pages here. And November 3rd, there it is. Okay, I found it. Okay, let me show how to get the link and all that if you're not on a cell phone at least. So let's take it to the spot, which is $130.48.
Yeah, just about that. Maybe a few seconds more or less.
Right. Okay, there's 130.35, I think it is. And if I go down to the share button here, so you can see I go share, comes up with this window, and it's got the start at checkbox here. So you check that start at, and that gives you the full title with the number of seconds where to start. 5435, you see there, this 5,435 seconds. So you just copy that, and you can send that as a link to people, and it'll take you directly to this point in the workshop, which we can now play.
You had explained it before, but I am on cell phone. I have no.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm not able to do that. But thank you. I learned it with you. It's already when I have a computer.
Okay, good. All right, so let's play from here. You say it's about 9 minutes, so we'll go up to about 139.5. Okay, here we go. This is hand in here too. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be in for a short while. Sorry, Stefania. What is important for many of us to come to realize and to understand is that what was mystical, what was belonging to somebody else, somewhere we couldn't reach, something we couldn't touch, now we have realized is within us. And what will come out of the new technology, which is going to literally hit the community, not only Keshe Foundation, but worldwide, in the coming days, or maybe a couple of weeks, is the emergence of new technology. And with this emergence of this new technology, many of you will come to understand and to come to be in touch with your souls. And in that process, many of your, what I call enigmas, many of your not understanding that there is a soul there, how could I communicate with it, how does it rule my life, will come much, much more apparent. We are set out to change. And as I said, from 21st of October, we taught the preliminary structure, but in the coming days, you will see revolutionary technologies, which is coming up, lining up for mankind to accept the new change. We have never shown, and in 3 laboratories, different groups are developing their own aspects of it. And in the process, as I said, you will see the tank, and you don't need to have a water in it to manifest what you want to see, but you give the energy for what it wants to show itself. In the coming time, we'll show, for example, you're expecting to see a fish in a tank, but with the water. But you'll see a fish without the water because it gets its energy what it needs. It's the what I call understanding of the truth. And in next few months, we'll proceed with this. We will show you a lot of things which up to now was mystical, was dream, was what we call magic. But as you know, I'm preparing not only the Keshe Foundation, a lot of other things in the background that you will see more or less whatever you wanted. We are about to change the history of man. It's not what we are about to change. We are about to release the technologies which was unknown to man. But man knows it very well. It's like very much you buy a flour and the salt and the water, and you make your kind of bread. But you already know if I use my way, I make a different kind of bread. But in essence, it's the same ingredient. The ingredient of the universe is the same. It doesn't change just because it's man or the beast or the tree or creation and created things from outside the boundary of the solar system of this universe. And this is what has narrowed the mind of the man. And as was just said, we think we are the only creatures in the universe. We are one of billions and subsequently created due to the conditions of the environment. And in the coming weeks, we will show you how and what it means to literally enter the universal community. Understand the knowledge of the universal community, not just entering it. Because entering it and being oblivion to the knowledge is no good. If you're oblivion to knowledge, you don't understand it. But you've seen the knowledge, you understand the knowledge. And now we show you the knowledge. Everything mankind has made in development of the electronics, computers, flight, all will become obsolete. Literally, with a stroke of a pen. And that's what I promise. And in the coming weeks, you will see the technologies. Maybe the situation with Corona is the best thing happened for the Keshe Foundation to show the changes. Because everybody is locked down in Europe and most probably some part of the other part of the world. And you will have the time to understand it, to do it, and to bring in the change. And I warned long in advance. And the technology is not going to be here. The technology has already been delivered to the Keshe Foundation scientists that are building it to show it. And it's all it is for mankind to understand the strength of their soul, to understand the strength of what they thought was somewhere else, and with it, start the process of living according to the ethos of the universe. We will bring down many, many structures which has been set by man, by themselves, not by us. We will see the end of kingship. We will see the end of what are called leadership as presidents. We'll see all these will come to an end because man will start listening to his soul, and his soul will take him to the position where he wants to be. So when you speak on these ways, be ready for maybe witness one of the biggest revolutions in the history of man, in science and technology, but everything is what you already have. There's nothing magic coming out of the box. It's just putting it in the right order, in understanding it. And as I said, the knowledge of universe is written in the first patent. There's man who's looking for patent, but the first patent is the nest of the knowledge of the universe. It's just how you read it and how you interpret it according to your own understanding. The guidelines to it is the book number 1, 2, and 3. And if you read the health and the nano, you'll find out that you're already in it. But as we waited so long for mankind to catch up, and as we say, you stay the tomato, now we show. And then we'll see the race changes. We will see the beginning of a massive change in every aspect of technology. And this is the beauty which is coming with this technology.
I think that's the basic message there. I think Mr. Keshe says it very well. The technology is coming very rapidly. And it could come from directions that we don't expect as well. Okay, any more comments? Is there anything you wanted to say about that, Jefferson?
Oh, I'd like to say thank you for you to show. Maybe someone had an opportunity to listen this beautiful saying of Mr. Keshe as usual. So I wanted to bring it back and to point it out where I feel. Thank you, Rick, very much. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you for bringing that one up. I see Gianni sent me some pictures of his coils that he had in the oven. They're on my other device. I'm having trouble getting them off of this device to my system here. Yeah, I'm still having trouble with that. I think we'll have to let it go for now. Maybe we'll have a look at them next week. Okay, well, perhaps we should wrap it up here. It's over 5.5 hours now. It's probably an adequate dosage for today. What else have we got coming up here? Well, of course, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday. If there's anybody that has something important they'd like to present in the workshop, there's something of note, some addition to the knowledge or some other inspiration to present, you can send it to me. So we like to, Mr. Keshe likes to have a look at things beforehand to make sure they're in line with what he would like to show. And you can send things to me so that I can present them to Mr. Keshe. before the show that we can make sure it's good to show. And it's great to have a PDF or some other defined sort of document if available. And of course, pictures of your flying saucer are appreciated, even before it's out of the garage. One day, maybe someone will take me up on that. Might be sooner than we expect.
A reminder to the people today we have the international in each language, in Italian, in French, in Romanian, in the Spanish language, because how it's usual in last time, many people want to know what about the others talking. And thank you to Ella for sending this number Zoom ID for each language who have the public teaching for sharing one to the other.
So there's now a private public number, or sorry, a public number, but not the main public number, and it's a different one for each of the language groups. Is that what you're saying?
No, that I talk about public teaching in each language, in any language, which means if I want today listen the Italian group, I go to number Zoom. It's finished with 2-2 in the tail. If I want to go to Spanish, I know it's 6-1-4 in tail. And I want to go, who is today? French. I think it's 1-0. It's a number of ID. Is knowing for the other how every day of week she have the meetings. Yesterday I listened to Rafael. Today also I listen to Rafael or Alex or the other people. It's better to knowing each other who and in what time have the meeting. It's just a remember.
Yeah, we should have a schedule with all those on it, actually. Something someone should work on.
Major part it's in the KF Wiki, sending Ella one like a schedule.
Okay, good point. Okay, I think there's something else. Well, we do have next Monday the testimonials meeting coming up as well. So people can keep that in mind. And if you have some good stories to tell about your interaction with the plasma technology, then that would be a good time to hear from you. Again, if it's something prepared, so much the better, but we also like improvised, just someone talking about their story, about how their life has changed from some part of the plasma technology. So that's on Monday 9th. I think it's November 9th. Let's have a look at that to confirm. Yes, should be Monday, November 9th, which is the second Monday of the month, which is our testimonials group. So it's on the regular Zoom number for the public channels, the same as this number and the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And it will be at 8 p.m. Is that right? 8 p.m. Central European Time, I believe, for Monday. Okay, I think that's probably enough for now. Thanks to everybody for attending today's Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, November 4th. And it's been an invigorating conversation, lots of good material. Thank you everyone for contributing and just being involved. And thank you for listening. If that's all you're doing, then that's fine too. And we're happy to have everyone here. All right. Thanks everyone, and we'll sign off and bye for now.
Thank you, Rick.
Oh, thanks to my co-hosts as well.